Hello, 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 hello. This isn't me starting the auction. This is me testing the mic to make sure that you can hear me. Yay! Successful test mic. Mic test. Successful mic test. Okay, give me 3 more minutes and I will come back and we will actually start the auction. Hello, everybody. I'm back, and that was 2 minutes over my 3 minutes, which I think is pretty good. And everybody hears me. Okay, so I am going to go over the instructions one more time for anybody who is not here and listening on Fantasy Fair Radio, just so they know what's going on as well. Welcome to the 2021 Fantasy Fair Live Auction. Before we get started, let's go over the procedure for placing bids, paying for your item, and making sure we get the item passed to you. I will introduce an item and then open it up for bids. Bids need to be shouted in local chat. If you are not on Faire, but watching from another location or listening on Fantasy Fair Radio and want to place a bid, you can IM Old Soul Resident and give him your bid. Remember that there can be up to a 1 minute delay between local voice and what you hear on FFR. So please give Old your highest bid, and he will make sure that your bids are updated accordingly. Please don't send me, Fantasy Fair, IMs as your bids, because I am not going to see them. I'm not going to respond to IMs, so please don't IM me. I love you all, and I'm very, very happy that you're here or listening, but don't IM me. Remember, if you're here, to shout, because if you don't, we may not see your bid. I will let the bidding continue as long as people are raising the bid. I will declare a winner after 3 opportunities to raise the bid have passed without a raise. When your winning bid has been confirmed by me in voice, then you can pay the RFL kiosk on the stage with the glowing golden FF emblem floating above it. This is also much better when I'm not reading. Then I am Elaine Diavolo with a copy of your transaction record so we can make a record of your payment. If you are not on the region and have won an item through proxy bidding, please IM Elaine Diavolo to arrange payment. I do not have the auction items in my inventory. Some of the creators are here and will be able to pass you your items immediately. If that is not the case, we will be sending a complete list of the winners and their items to each region designer so they can coordinate sending your item to you. And those are the instructions. Hopefully everybody understands those. Shout your bids so we can see them. Okay, so is everybody ready to start? And there's dead silence. Okay. All right. Okay, I did make a list of how I am going to go through the items, and it is resed, I think, over to my right. So that if there is something in particular that you are really wanting to bid on, you can kind of look and see when it's going to come up and plan your day accordingly. Also, I have 20 identified items, but some of those items have multiple listings, so I have more like 30 or 35 items to offer. So I have planned breaks so that we can get up, stretch our legs, go to the bathroom, get something to drink. All right, starting with the first one. The first thing that we have up is a Fly Gears show. And if you don't know what Fly Gears is, it is a dance show, and it is choreographed by Jenna Derville and DJ'd by Davasaurus. And it is interactive. So what happens is you actually get to participate. There are dance pads that you sit on, and then Jenna leads the dance and everybody follows her. So this is what they're auctioning up. They're auctioning up the ability or the chance for them to come and do a performance for you. So typically a show like this runs 10,000 lindens. So I am going to open up the bidding at 5,000 lindens and we'll see how it goes from there. I have heard from Jenna that you'll be able to coordinate. I mean, you'll obviously be able to schedule a time and a date, but you'll also be able to coordinate with her on what type of music is going to, or the theme of the music that's going to be done, and the location and all of that. So there is some, definitely some buyer input into this. So we'll start the bidding off at 5,000 lindens for the Flag Years show. And we have a bid of 5,000 from Amy. It's a real deal for 5,000. That's half price. So, do we have we have a raise. We have a raise from Deanna. It's up to 6,000. Safia jumps in with, I'm sorry, Safia, I didn't even get to read the number. 10,000 by Amy. I'm just skipping over some of these because Fifi comes in with 13,000. So you're the high bidder now, Fifi. You're going to get a great show. I don't know how many of you have had the chance to participate in a Flag Years show. I believe that they performed at least twice here during the fair this year, and they are really, really fun to go to. And we're up to 15. We're up to 15K from Amy. $15K going once. If anybody wants to jump in, now is the time. 15K going twice. And I'm going to call it. Amy gets it for 15K. She gets the Flag Years show, and I'm sure she'll advertise it so we can all show up. I think that was a great way to get started. We're just warming up. And now I have a bundle that I'm really excited about. It is a bundle of gift cards from Fantasy China. And Fantasy China is, they create, Aleel Allen creates full perm templates and textures, but she also does arrangements as well. She takes her textures, she takes her mesh items, and she'll make arrangements as well and sell them copy mod. So you actually have the best of both worlds. You can create your own arrangements using her creations, or you can allow her, you can purchase something that is already created by her. What I have is a bundle that is actually 13,000 lindens worth of gift cards. And as gift cards, you can pass them out among your friends. You can use them all yourself. You can pass them out among your friends. You can give them out as gifts, Christmas presents if you want to. But it's a really great deal. And she has helped Alia Baroque for the past several years making different decorations for Alia's regions. So if you like the things, some of the little details especially that you see on Valhalla this year, then there's a good chance that some of those were contributed by allele. And yes, she does a lot of sparkly things. She is great with like little particles and lights and things like that, which would be sparkly things. So let's start the bidding off at 8,000 lindens. And remember, this is a bundle worth 13K if you were just going into the store and buying them off the rack. So we've got a bid of 18,000 lindens, no, 8,000 lindens from Xander. 9,000 lindens, 10,000 lindens. I think Xander has decided that he needs to get some land and start building again. He's getting itchy fingers. We've been going around the regions and he keeps seeing all these great decorative landscaping items and he keeps saying, I wish I had land, I wish I had land, I wish I had land. 13,000 for Xander. So we're right up to what they're worth. So we certainly are coming out even, but if anybody I like it. I like it when someone outbids themselves. That's always nice. So I'm sorry, Rox. I did see that. I thought that Xander was just being incredibly generous. I'm not going to say anything like I should know better, but okay, so the high bid right now is 16K from Xander, 17,000 from Allie. 18 from Xander. I told you, he really, really, really wants to start creating again. When he was a little boy, there were two things that he wanted to do when he grew up. He either wanted to be an actor or he wanted to be an architect. So he got to be an actor, and when he comes to Second Life, he gets to be an architect. Our high bid is 18,000 lindens for the gift card pack from Fantasy China. And I'm going to say going once, going twice, and Xander gets the package of gift cards from Fantasy Faire from Fantasy China. I always think Fantasy Faire when I think of Fantasy China. I'm sure Fiona will like that. So we're moving right along. I think we're probably going to be done in 2 hours and we won't even need breaks. All right, the next item up is another bundle, and it is actually a bundle from Peeville, and I'm sure everybody has been to Peeville. It's right across the border. Actually, you could cam over there right now if you wanted to. And Peeville is basically a story. It is a world designed around a story of a pea and a peanut and the problems that they have in being able to express their love. It's kind of a Romeo and Juliet, but with a happy ending. So there have been all kinds of peanut characters that have been created to go along with this story. And I know that Gwen and Mondi were even accepting requests for custom peanuts Peanut characters, which I know I've seen at least one. I've seen a ninja, and I'm not sure that the ninja was an original character in the story, so I'm guessing that's been a popular request. What I have is actually two things. I have the guardian dragon who is holding the FF emblem, and I also have a one-of-a-kind daydreamer hippie. They have a love bus and they're chilling with the guitar, and I'm not going to say that they have marijuana, but I wouldn't be surprised that there's marijuana somewhere around there because they're hippies. And that's just mellow and enjoyable. And besides, marijuana is becoming more and more legal in the United States, so yeah, it's really not an issue at all. So this, like I said, this is a bundle. You get the Guardian, that is a special version just for the live auction with the Faire logo, and you get this one of a kind daydreamer hippie collaboration collection scene. So let's see, we'll start at 10K. Does that sound reasonable? It sounds reasonable to me for a one of a kind scene with custom peanuts. Custom Peeville characters. We had a bid of 10K, and then it immediately jumped up to 12K from Zelia. Should I say it again? Custom peanuts? But yes, I love the bus, and it's actually rezzed out here. It's not just a picture. It's not just a picture. I have the 3D object that you can actually look at, get up, walk over to, and check for marijuana. So we have a bid up to 14K from Zelia. And 15K from Gwen. I'm not exactly sure what the story is. I know it has a happy ending, but were the peas the first ones there and the peanuts came, or were the peanuts the first one there and the peas came? The pea came first. It's like the chicken and the egg. The pea came before the peanut. And the chickens were there before anybody. I think, what do we have? A high bid of, it's rolling by too fast. I think the high bid is 15K from Gwen. And I said it. I said the word I should not have said. I said chicken. And that is going to be the word that now defines the rest of the auction. We have 16K from Zelia. I think Bach is an actual word. The chicken sound is a word. I think it's in Webster's. Stoners and dragons. That seems appropriate. They seem to go together. I don't know why. Seems a very 60s thing. It's Puff! Oh my gosh, I just made the connection. It's Puff, the magic dragon. I said it first, Xander. I said it first. And the high bid, I lost it again. It's 16K, I think, to Zelia. And Allie jumps in with 17K. She's a late comer to the bidding, but she's popped in there at the end. Zelia at 18K, I kind of feel like I'm calling a horse race or something. I'm not even going to read that. I'm going to read that Zelia wants nuts. We have a bid from Ali at 19K, but she was already outbid by Zelia for 20K. Actually, yes, it is a stand-up comedy show. This is my one time a year when I get to throw out all my jokes. I work on it all year long. Actually, it's great improv. That's what it is. I'm a comedy genius. I can't bring that up, Walton. I can't say those words. I'm not going to say them because I'm going to get stomped on by Alia. He refrained himself for a year, but I think that if I bring up the big blue balls again, that I don't know if he'll be able to contain himself. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything, Alia. I swear I didn't say anything. Okay, I think the high bid is 20,000 lindens to Zelia. I don't know. I'm trying to distract from the balls, the blue balls, the big blue balls. I'm trying to distract from that. So coming back to Puff the Magic Dragon over in Peeville. I think that Zelia simply wanted them so bad that she jumped the gun here. I didn't even have a chance to call it. But since I've already been paid, I think that we'll call it for Zelia. I know that everybody wants you to have the nuts, Zelia. They don't want to deprive you, so yes, Z got her nuts. Okay, from Peeville and the nuts, we're going to move over to a giant egg, which I don't actually have to res, but I have some lovely pictures. Ostara was built by Beck and Liz. Elizabeth Polysale. No. Elizabeth Jarvinen. Beck Janice and Elizabeth J. And they made a giant skeleton, a dragon who has wrapped herself around her egg to protect the egg until it was ready to hatch. And we are guessing that from this egg there is going to be a new dragon born. We don't know when, but someday. So anybody who happens to get this egg could be looking at something very special popping out in the future. I can't say when, and I can't say what exactly it will be, but who knows? You're you're buying, you're bidding for the future. Which is actually what we are all here doing. We are donating to Relay for Life, to the American Cancer Society for a future without cancer. And I just thought of that off the top of my head. So let's see, what should we start the bidding at? Let's say 12K? 12K for this opportunity to see what the future holds. And we're up to 18K. 18K from Alia for the giant egg from Ostara. And Kale and Fifi and why, Alia? Why every year? Why can't you just give me a number? 22,567. I'm assuming that is Elizabeth. I am so sorry. Your name is, I will pronounce your last name. Elizabeth Jarvinen. We are up to 25K. 25K for the egg from Ostara. And I'm so glad that Liz and maybe Beck are here. Final offer is from Fifi, but we have a higher bid for 26K from Prokofy. And actually, I know that Prokofy is quite the collector, so I'm not sure that he's going to let this go. Our high bid right now, our high bid is actually going to be a proxy bid, I believe. Rory Mercury for 30K. Prokofy is up to 31,000 lindens for this egg for who knows what? Who knows what the future might hold? But I am very interested in finding out. Tick tock, tick tock. $31 from Prokofy. That's the high bid right now. And I am going to say going once. Going twice, though I will give proxy bids. I will give Rory a chance to possibly jump in again, or someone else to jump in again, because I know that there can be a bit of a latency delay between being here and listening on Fantasy Fair radio stream. I don't know, maybe it is a giant cream egg. That would be huge. But, you know, we have some other huge critters here this year, so the giant cream egg really would not surprise me. Okay, we have a high bid. It has jumped. We have a high bid of 50K. 50K is the high bid, and that is Rory Mercury. So Fifi is out. Yes, we jumped right up to 50K. We weren't gonna squibble squabble with inching it up. We just jumped. We're not going to fry the egg. No, that's not buying the future. That's not donating to the future. We're not going to scramble the egg. Okay, 50K going once. Going twice. All right, I'm gonna call it for who am I calling it for? I am calling it for Rory. I'm calling it for Rory Mercury, 50,000 lindens for the Ostara egg. Now, Rory, when the egg cracks, do invite us all. We will bring baby shower gifts. I'm not sure what kind of baby shower gifts we will bring, but we will bring them. Yes, video. We need video. And I do want to remind people, and I think that this is working well so far, but if you have won an item, there is a kiosk sitting up here next to me, and you might not be able to see me, but you definitely can see the kiosk, and it has a lovely golden Fantasy Fair logo above it, so there's really no mistaking the kiosk that you want to be paying into. And the reason that we have you all pay into one kiosk is so that at the end of this, we can look at it and say, wow, that's what we did at this live auction. So yes, please, if you can, if you're here, use the kiosk up here next to me on the stage. All right, let's see. What are we up to now? I have to check my list to figure it out. Designing Worlds. We're up to the Designing Worlds show. This is something that Safia Wittershins and Elric Merlin very, very generously donate every year. They donate the opportunity to have you host the region for one of their shows. Region or event, because I know that they've also done Genza's dance performance before. I'm sure that they've done that. So basically what they're offering is for you to feature something on their show. They will do the entire Designing World show around you and what you would like to show the Second Life community. And Wildstar and Asling. They're all included. They're all part of the Designing Worlds cast crew. they are the producers of the show, and I don't want to leave anybody out because the show is amazing. And I know it's been going on for a long time. I can't actually tell you how long it's been going on. I think it's close to a decade, if not longer. I know that 13 years is as long as the fair. So just like the fair, Designing Worlds has staying power. So let's see, what is a reasonable number to start this opportunity at? I would say not possibly less than, we'll start it with 15K because I know it's going to jump, but I like to allow people to feel like they can jump in at the lower numbers and at least say, well, I bid on that before it went to 75,000 lindens. So we're going to start it out at 15K. I got a bid for 15K from Fifi, and then it went to Urka for 16K. I hope I'm saying that right, Urka. So we've got the high bid right now for the Designing World show is 16K. Fifi jumped in at 17K. And like I said, it really is a wonderful opportunity. The Designing World's crew has been offering this, what is it, Safia, last 3 years maybe that it's been offered? And I know last year, I think it was last year, we actually offered 3 different shows because the interest was so high and the bidding got so fierce that Safia offered to do the show for the 3 high bidders. So this really is something that's a great opportunity. And I have to say that I have been interviewed for the fair on Designing Worlds for 10 years. And every year I don't really want to do it. I don't know what I'm going to say. I just get very nervous. And every year, Safia and Elric make me feel very comfortable. They're very easy to talk to, and it is always a very enjoyable experience. And I get to talk about the fair and the Fairelands and Fairelanders, which is always a wonderful thing to be able to do. So I just have to tell everyone that it doesn't hurt. They're wonderful people to work with. And if you have something that you'd like to show off in Second Life, they are definitely the team that can do it for you. So our high bid now is up to 33K from Fifi. I love it when the bids just keep going up when I'm talking and not even looking at the screen. And then I look back and all of a sudden, it's jumped 15K or something like that. So right now the high bid is Fifi, and it is at 33,000 lindens. And Wildstar, who's part of the crew, is jumping in. He just wanted me to say 33,333, but there I did. I said it and I didn't even trip up. I couldn't possibly do that again. Our high bid now is 36,000 from Fifi, and Safia has said if bidding reaches 50,000 lindens, she will throw in an extra free show for Fallen Gods. And that is regardless of whether Alia would like that or not. I will take proxy bids. If someone wants to have a proxy bid, I'm certainly open to that. Just contact Old Soul Resident. Right now, the high bid is 36,000 lindens to Fifi. I don't know, Safia. What are some of the shows that you've done this year, or does the season start with the Fantasy Fair? I can't remember. But I also know that Designing Worlds is a huge supporter of Relay for Life. They are very involved with the Home and Garden event that happened back in March, which actually makes huge sense because Designing Worlds is a show about design in Second Life. So, of course, they go hand in hand, but we are very, very lucky to have Safia and Elric and Ash and Wildstar helping so completely with the fair as well. Safia, of course, is the force behind the Lit Fest. She and her incredible team just do such a job, such a wonderful job pulling together the Lit Fest events every year. Wildstar is one of our official photographers, so he captures the fair in beautiful ways. Ash is the producer of our quest. She and her team are the ones who brought you Language of Birds this year. And of course, Elric, he co-hosts Designing World, and he also helps with Fantasy Fair Radio. He also DJs, so all kinds of things. And we're up to 51K for Fifi, and I believe that means that we have a Fallen Gods show as well. And I know that Safia did say that the season kicks off with two shows about Fantasy Fair. And of course, we're two shows big because, because I keep downsizing the fair, downsizing to 21 regions this year. I think I need to look up downsizing in the dictionary just so that I can actually get the definition right because maybe maybe I'm using that word incorrectly. So I think the high bid is at 51,000 right now. And we had someone jump in, Liz Wilner jumped in at 55K. I know, Safia, yes, right. If I wasn't trying to downsize, I'm really concerned that we'd have like 30 regions now. And the problem with that, it's not that that wouldn't be wonderful, and I'd love to see what everybody would build, and but I think of poor Litfest. They can barely squeeze in tours for 21 regions, so I can't imagine them doing 30. I think Ash might take out a hit on me because they're already hitting upper numbers as far as being able to include everybody in the quest. And I'm not sure that Xander would, I'm not sure what he would do. I think he'd just shake his head and then pound it on the desk some. So I'm afraid that I might hurt people if I told them next year we're going to have 30 regions for the fair. All right, we're up to 60,666 lindens for the Designing World show, and that is to Fifi right now. right, I am gonna call that once. Right now, the high bid is 60,666, and that's to Fifi. And that's going twice. I'm calling it twice. So if somebody else wants it, you need to jump in now. 3 objects in each of 30 regions. Well, that ought to keep questers here for a while. All right. I think you've won it, Fifi. You've won it at 60,666 lindens for the Designing Worlds show. I am really interested to know exactly what it is you are going to have the show featuring. You'll have to make sure that you send out the link and invite us all so we can see it. All right, let's see. Moving on, we have Audra Kunis. Audra Kunis is the second of our 3 regions that were, well, 3, I don't know, maybe 3.5 regions that were focused on dragons this year. I don't know. I think that dragons came to the world builders in a dream this year, because they certainly have been a guiding influence of the fair, this year's fair. Yeah. Well, we have dead dragons, but we also have baby dragons, so it all evens out in the end. We have lots and lots of baby dragons. Okay, so actually I have two different things that are coming up from Audra Kunis. And the first one is, let me pull up my notes. The first one is the cave that I am now wearing. Anyway, I hope that I didn't just lose my body. That would be very embarrassing. Good. Anyway, the first thing up is the Audra Kunis cave and plants. And if you had the chance to explore Audra Kunis, it was off the path. If you wandered down into the middle of the region, down into the swirly fog, to see what there was to see, then you might have discovered this cave. And this cave is pulsating with these teals and greens, and has these wonderful alien plants growing up around it and inside it. So that's what's up for auction. It has footprint of 23 by 23, so it certainly would fit on maybe not the smallest of parcels, but you could fit it into your backyard on a 1024 parcel, I think. And the LI is 112, and I'm talking, and we already have a bid of 10K from Cayenne. It really is lovely, and it would fit into especially any fantasy environment perfectly. I love the colors. I don't know if it can be used as a hat, possibly. Kind of looks like a hat. It is modify, so you could shrink it. However, it's also transferable, so if you shrink it and you don't like it, you might have broke it. And if you've broke it, you've bought it. And I think, what do we have? Still 10K? 10K for the cave, the fantasy alien cave from which baby dragons are hatched. 10,500. That's the bid. 10,500 from Kess. And we've got 15K from Alia. It really is a lovely cave. Like I said, I think that it would be a great addition to any fantasy environment. Definitely a cool place to go and hang out. Hang out with the peas and smoke some hash. I think you smoke hash. I don't actually know. It would make a great chicken coop. Well, yes, yes, and I want to point out, just if anybody is looking for something to spend money on, which aren't we all, there are these gotchas over here to my left. There's the World Builders gotcha from this year, which is extraordinary. And there's also one from last year if you need to catch up on anything that you missed last year. But we also have this wonderful wandering chicken gotcha, which Silas Merlin has been working on. And we'll talk about that later, but you really have to take a look at the gotcha because it features chickens from several of the regions, inspired by several of the regions. It really is very cute. So if you want something collectible and unique, definitely take a look at the chicken gotcha. All right, what do we got? 16,384 lindens for this hash smoking cave full of chickens. I do think that Silas told me that he was working on an Adracunis chicken. I don't think that it's in the gotcha, but I do believe that he was working on it. See, I knew that I wasn't dreaming. Silas says there is an Adracunis chicken. Get it for free? You can't beat that kind of deal. And while I'm thinking about it, since Runa is here, Adracunis was built by Alrunia An and Luna Barak, and I just want to say that they did a fabulous job. When they originally told me the idea and said they were going to build a region that was based around a giant nest full of eggs, I thought, wow, okay, well, if anybody can pull that off, they can. But I thought, oh, what an incredibly unique idea. No one else could possibly think that they're going to have eggs. And then Beck's like, I'm going to have a giant egg. And I'm like, seriously? I don't know. I'm like, I don't know what an original idea is anymore. All right, Sunspark. Sunspark Mocha has called in for 18,000 lindens for the Adracunis cave and plants. And chicken. And chicken if you can find it. I know, Liz. That's exactly what I'm thinking. You think, oh my gosh, I've come up with the most original idea ever. How could anybody else think of centering a region around a dragon's egg? And then, yeah, somebody else has the same idea. And I would understand if there was some kind of television show or something about dragon eggs taking over the world, but not that I know of. Okay, what was the high bid? It was 18,000 lindens. 18,000 lindens to Sunspark Mocha. And I think that we've talked enough about eggs and dragons and caves and calling it once. 18,000 calling once, calling twice, and yes, chickens. There are always chickens. Chickens are the underlying layer of everything I say. So read between the lines and you'll see that there's a secret code and chickens are there. Like if you were recording me and played my auction backwards, every third word would be chicken. And I'm gonna call it for 18,000. 18,000 lindens to Sunspark Mocha. Now, the other thing that we have up from Adrakunis, I'm super, super excited about. It's the hatchling. And I have to tell you, this was not the thing that Luna and Runa were thinking about putting up. They gave me the cave, and that was going to be their live auction item. And I was happy about the cave. I thought that the cave was really cool, and I said, but what about the Gilgadrak? And so we were talking about that, and there actually is a really cool gotcha that they created with the hatchlings, the Gilgadrak hatchlings, and they're multicolored. So you can get a collection that features hatchlings from gold to red to green to purple, and you really need to check this out. It should be here today, and Runa's here, so maybe she will res one. But it's also in their store. It's in the sponsor store on Dracunis. So actually, everybody can have a Gilgadrak hatchling. However, the person who bids on this live auction Gilgadrak is getting a one-of-a-kind hatchling. This is special only for the live auction. If you look at him, he is colored in the colors of the Faire. He can be resized. He can go from teeny tiny at 2 Li up to ginormous, which is the size of what's on top of the store at 179 Li, which is still a pretty good deal for a giant Gilgadrak hatchling. So we have an egg on Ostara that has yet to hatch, and we have the hatching egg on Adracunis. Tell ya, eggs and chickens, that's what's going on here. Everybody's allowed to bid on this. And so far we're up to 13K. 13K for this humongous, or very, very tiny, Gilgadrak one-of-a-kind hatchling. And Alia is at 16,666 lindens. And I was telling Sonia about this, and Sonia happened to already have taken a picture that will be perfect for her to put in tomorrow's post about the live auction. She just happened to kind of be puttering around the Fairelands because she didn't really have much to do, and she saw the hatchling and she had to grab a picture. And it's an adorable picture. She just did it for herself. It was just fun. And then all of a sudden it's like, hello, I can use this for the live auction update, which was very handy. But yes, she also at the same time told me that Alia would go absolutely bonkers over this Gilgadrak, and that he would be definitely pulling out his wallet, opening it up, and throwing lindens at me for the Gilgadrak. So I am not at all surprised that he has jumped in, and right now the the bid is up to 24K, but it looks like it's quite a fight. We've got two people jumping in at 25K, and we've got 25,555 lindens. But like I said, I do want to remind everybody that if you miss the opportunity to get this one-of-a-kind Gilgadrak, you can definitely go and get your own hatchling Gilgadrak out of the hatchling gotcha in the sponsor store on Adrakunis. Or, yes, Runa just rezzed it. It's over by the other gotchas, and Runa, if you want to enlarge it so that people see it more easily, you're welcome to do that, because I really love the Gilgadrak, and I think the more people that have them, the happier the world will be. We should populate the world with Gilgadrak hatchlings. That's what I think. All right, high bid is 27,666 lindens. You know, whenever I say that, I always want to say 28,234,000. Always want to add 1,000 to. All right, okay. I'm. What is the bid at? I think I should just be ignoring Alia's bid, since basically he's bidding against himself. Yes, you are officially outbidding yourself. You need to sit on your hands. Just sit on your hands, Alia. You've got it. The high bid right now is 28,666. I'm going to start going backwards, Alia. You need to stop. I'm going to go back. I think the last bid that you actually had was like 25,000 lindens. I don't know. I'm going to have to throw something else in. What else can we throw in? Yes, somebody needs to sit on his hands, Sonia. I agree. All right, the high bid is 30,000 lindens from Alia. Going once, going twice. And before I call this, I have to say that as of right now, we have officially passed last year's total, for what we collected for the entire season, I believe, which continued after the fair was over. So, yeah, well done, everybody. We're only on like item 6 of the live auction. So can you imagine what we're going to do? I suppose we all could just go home now, but I still have quite a bit to do. So, yeah, yay us. I don't know, what was the official total last year? It was north of 75,000 lindens to $75,000. Last year, what we raised was 75,500 US dollars. But what was that in lindens? I think we were over 18,875,000 lindens last year. And what are we at now? We're at 18,879,986 lindens. Well done, everybody. All right. I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it for 30,000. The Adracunis Gilgadrak hatchling is going, one of a kind, is going to Alia Baroque. And I have to say, it's adorable, and it does not eat critters. It is a herbivore. So, Sonia, the critters are safe. Okay, let's see. The next one I cannot say, I cannot in all honesty say is nearly as critter safe. If you have critters, you might just want to turn away, but the next one up is New from Featherfall. And he actually is camera shy. We don't have a picture, but I'm not sure that we need a picture because he's pretty just there. So, when Kale first showed me the region, I thought, wow, this is just the cutest thing I've ever seen. All of the yarn and the description. I'm sure everybody has read the description of the region, but I have to read it to you again because I think it's so clever. Let me find it. Featherfall is the birthplace of the fabled fabric of time. From its soft edges, yarn spreads throughout all realities. Visit Featherfall's cozily woven temples, its bouncy folded countryside, and meet up with the, quote, tight-knit community of string theorists. Featherfall guarantees a soft landing. Please take off your shoes. I think I really loved that description. Anyway, so I saw this. Kale's like, come over, I want to show it to you. And so I go over and I'm like, this is the most adorable thing I've ever seen. And the first time I saw New, I was like, ah, it's a big teddy bear. He's smiling. He's waving back and forth at me. It's so adorable. And then you look at him and you kind of think, wow, I'm not sure. There looks like there might be some marks on there that aren't so friendly, but oh yeah, he's cute. So I'm talking with Sonia so that she can fill me in on the whole backstory on New, because all I saw was a big, loving, cuddly teddy bear. And she's like, yeah, no, that's not what's going on there. And she's like, well, I was out flying around one day and I saw New and thought he was really cute and was using my camera skills and kind of inadvertently cammed inside him and was like, whoa, horrified because there was like a baby inside. And there was all of this gastric juice kind of bubbling up, and it really did look like a nice fluffy teddy bear. And she started to investigate, and she looked at the offerings table in front of New, and there looked like there are neatly wrapped up bundles there that could possibly resemble babies. It's like, when exactly did the teddy bear become carnivorous? And so, yeah, we went on and we were going to have this jail and bail with Patch Linden, and Kale's like, oh, me, I want to do the jail. I have a special plan for the jail. And so, like, okay, that's cool. It'll be really cute. It's on Featherfall, that really cute yarn region. And so we go to the jail and bail with Patch, and there's New, and his stomach is open, and Patch is inside it. Like, well, again, not super warm and cuddly, but I went with it. Patch was saved. We raised a lot of money, and we got him out of the gastric juices, and all was fine. But apparently, New didn't fare so well because he's all kind of squished now. But New is here. He's up for auction. He is pre-feasting, so buy him on, it's kind of like buyers beware. I don't know when he might get hungry and what he might eat. But he is here, and he is willing to go home with you for a donation to Relay for Life. So let's see, what do we got? We got 12K. We've got 12K from Vicki Harris. And let's see, if you kind of look at him through squinted eyes, he still looks like a really cute teddy bear. And he almost looks like he's smiling at you and, not about to open his grisly mouth and chomp down on you with his razor incisors. We've got a high bid of 32,768 lindens. Sonia has already said she does not want New. New is a hazard to the critters. New has no home. Okay, so Kale is going to bid to keep New here. He doesn't feel like New should be anywhere else except Featherfall, except on the Fairelands. I will tell you something, though, and I will talk slowly so that if Kale wants to jump in and tell me to stop, he can. But Kale and I were talking about New earlier, and Kale suggested that there might be more to New than his friendly exterior suggests, and we have already gotten a bit of a sneak preview about that, considering he tried to eat Patch and does seem to enjoy baby hors d'oeuvres. But there is a strong possibility that New might be back again next year in his not so cuddly true self. So that's just a preview, warning. I'm not sure what it is, but it's something to consider. All right, I've totally lost what the bid is. Oh yeah, the guy. I don't even think that I should give this to Kale. Kale's the high bidder at 35,000 lindens. Well, he's gonna win if nobody else jumps in there. I'm calling it once. 35,000 lindens, calling it twice. Anybody else want to take new home? Everybody else is scared of new. We have appropriately scared people about new. All right, Kale gets him, which is probably just the best for the rest of us because Kale is, I think, a calming influence on new. That, or he's going to really, really rev him up for next year, and he's going to devour all of the Fairelands. So actually, that might have been a huge mistake to let Kale have him back. But, you know, I leave it up to you guys. All right, okay. So we have, oh, all right. Isles of Terran, that's the next one. It is a region bundle, and it is basically all of the Isles of Terran. Not all of them, but a big chunk of them. And the idea is that you'll be able to build your very own Isles of Terran. So let's see, what do we got here? It includes 7 individual building kits by the 3 creators that made Terran. Tiger, who is one of the main forces behind Teagle, Monstar, and Katsui Naidu, all of whom either create or create for Teagle. So we have the windmill kit, and there are 3 different windmill styles that are included. We have the shops and the buildings. Basically, it's the entire region. The roads and the sidewalks, the airships, the floating islands, the flags and banners, and flowers. Yeah, it's pretty much the entire it's the entire region. It's just kind of like Legos, and you can build it yourself. So, yes, what we're doing is we are auctioning off the Isles of Terran, and it looks like we have a 10,000 linden bid from Heather for an entire region. It's an entire region of floating islands and the beautiful town of Terran. And what I really like about the Isles of Terran is they don't just float. They also, well, they float all over the place. They float in the air. They float on the water. It's a multi-layered region. And we had things both at water level and up in the air, which is appropriate because a lot of Teagle's animals fly, so it's appropriate. So we have a high bid of 23,000 lindens from Dreamspear right now for the entire region build for Isles of Terran. Now, interesting story. I was putting together the list of world builders for this year and reaching out to people who have built before and thinking about people that are new. I always like to bring in 1 or 2 new people. And I get this, I think possibly in Discord saying, hey, we'd like to build a region. We've already designed the entire thing, laid it out. Would you like to come take a look? And so I went I went and met with Tiger, Monstar, and Katsui, and indeed, they had blocked out the entire region, and it was floating islands, which of course I was like, well, I'm kind of concerned, the path and everything. Yeah, we've already got the path all figured out, and they'd had it all laid out. They'd tested it with the cool bus. They knew that the cool bus could work on it. they they knew how to ascend and descend. It was perfect. I didn't even have to tell them what to do. They had already done everything. So that was that was a really interesting experience to have people come to me and basically say, "Well, we've built a region. Would you like it?" And it really did. It worked out wonderfully. I love it. And I was told, Tiger told me that actually it is inspired or influenced a lot by the Ghibli movies. So definitely, I think there's a feel of that there. You can get a feel for that when you're there, the colors and the spirit. So I think what the high bid is now is 32,768 and 30,000 from Universe Calamity, 32,768 from Urka, and I'm calling it once. Calling it twice, mainly because we're already an hour and a half and I haven't even gotten to the first break. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm holding. I'm treading water. I'm waiting for the proxy bid. See, I was trying to speed it up. And then what happens? I lose the proxy bid. Carrie came in at 40,000 lindens for the Isles of Terran Mega Super Region Bundle Kit. And did I mention that Katsui is also the designer of the new Fairchild? And you might have noticed that there were airships that were flying around the Isles of Terran, and they looked very similar to the new Fairchild, only colored differently, and that's because they're created by the same person. So I just wanted to throw that out there and say very much thank you to Katsui for giving us a new Fairchild and for helping Tiger and Monstar build the beautiful Isles of Terran. I wondered, the little airships on Terran are scripted and you can ride them. I apparently am script dumb because I couldn't figure out how to fly the vehicles, but maybe I didn't find the right one. So yes, our high bid is 40,000 lindens right now to Carrie Ray, and I knew that there was somebody else who helped Katsui with the new Fairchild build, and that is Grimoire Hexam, who also helped. And I didn't want to forget him, but I couldn't remember his name. So Xander very kindly supplied that to me. So thank you, Katsui and Grimoire. All right, 50,000. 50,000 is the high bid to Universe Calamity. And we're going up, 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 up. Just like the Isles of Terran. They are floating up and away. Though I did notice that there's a huge crystal that extends down from the middle that seems to be somehow connected to the water and rippling out some kind of vibration. So that's interesting. I don't know what that's all about. And it does, let's see, kept running. Apparently the airships are available, or they res. You can touch them and they res, and then you can fly them all over the fair. And there are also resable ones that are bigger, where you can tour the Fairelands with your friends. They are for sale. All right, so we've got 50,000 to Universe, going once, going twice, and unless I get a hold very, very soon, yeah, I'm going to call it. Call it for Universe Calamity, 50,000 for the bundle of Isles of Terran. All right, so it looks like there's only one more thing up, and then we're going to have a break, only there are 5 more things up. So I'm going to go through these next 5 things rather quickly, just so that we can get up and stretch our legs. But these are the cool buses. And of course, the cool buses, all you have to do is listen to their name. They are cool. They are the buses that are cool. They are made by Sharni Azali, and she has been making them for the last 9 years, I believe, because it was 2013 that she started making them. So this is the 9th. Next year will be the 10th, which is very cool. She's going to have to really be thinking about what she's going to do to celebrate 10 years of cool buses. And we're going to start with actually, no, I'm moving something and I shouldn't be moving it. Okay, we are going to start not with the 2021 bus. We're going to start with the 2017 bus. We build up. The 2017 bus is the Sweet Ride. And it's the candy bus. And Alia has very kindly rezzed all of the buses so you can take a look at them. The 2017 is called It's a Sweet Ride bus, and it basically looks like a visit to a candy store. If you look at it, it is full of candy hearts and pastries, lollipops, licorice sticks, all kinds of goodies. I'm sure that you can lick it and take it home and keep it. It will be yours. Please don't drop it on my head. The cool buses are only available during the fair. We have some at the silent auction, and we now have some at the live auction. The most current ones are at the live auction. And like I said, this one is from 2017, completely drivable, seats, lots and lots of people. You can have a party. And it has been driven this year. I don't even know what that means. But yes, we started the bids. I see a bid of 20,000 lindens for the 2017 bus. We are going to move this along, so 20,000. Somebody else wants to jump in. They need to jump in now. Like I said, this is a treat of a bus. It's a sweet ride. Trip down Willy Wonka Lane. Definitely for anybody with a sweet tooth. Okay, it looks to me like still the high bid is 20,000 lindens. 20,000 lindens to Mel. Going once. Going twice. All right, I call it 20,000 lindens to Mel for the Sweet Ride bus of 2017. All right, let's see what's next. 2018 and 2018 was the Royal Flush bus. And I really don't remember. I have to tell you, um, it's very casino oriented. If you've ever played poker, a royal flush is having what? An ace, king, queen, jack, 10? Is that what a royal flush is? I think. All in the same suit. So it's pretty rare. It's a great thing to get. You win all the money. Um, so that's what a royal flush is. However, I have to tell you that whenever I think of this bus, I think of toilets. I don't know why, and that might not be a selling point. However, that is what I think of. Okay, well, at least I'm not alone because Charney thought of toilets when she built it as well. It is it is quite the pimped out rig. Yes, it is. This is this is a cool bus all of its own. It is they all have characters, and this one is definitely the yes, the I don't want to say black sheep of the family, but he's the one that kind of wears the gold chain and the pinky diamond ring, and yes. So what do we have? Do we have a bid for the Royal Flush bus from 2018? I am okay. We're starting with 10K. Starting with 10K from Amy for the Royal Flush bus. This will make you lucky. If you take it to a casino with you, you will be coming home. You will be coming home. I hopefully with some money still in your pocket. We're up to 15K. 15K from Amy. And you will also have a clean colon. Money in your pocket and a clean colon. Can anybody ask for anything more? You know, the effects of a clean colon are highly underrated. It's an overlooked area of one's diet, and I have to tell you, you cannot eat enough fiber. It's really, really important, especially as you get older. Anyway, I just want to say, okay. Yes, I'm an infomercial. That's what I am, an infomercial for fiber. All right, so I think the high bid here is 15,000 lindens from Amy for 2018 Royal Flush bus, and I'm calling it once, and calling it twice, and Amy gets it for 15,000 lindens. Okay, we're up to 2019. Getting closer and closer to current times. That's 2020. Oh, this is the Mer Magic bus. I thought this was really interesting because you got to swim around in a tank. How cool is that? I have to say that Sharni really has very original ideas. I really love to see what the bus is going to be every year. This is, I don't want to classify people or put them in boxes, but I would think that if you were a mer or you liked being a mer or you wanted to experiment with being a mer, this might be a great bus to start out with. It's kind of like a training wheel bus for MERS, mer wannabes. And yes, I see how clever you've put me in an aquarium. I shall laugh, and I shall laugh hard. All right, so this bus has only been, this is only the third time that it's been up for auction, so it's very limited. There are only two other ones on the grid. Well, plus plus Alia's, and of course Sharni probably has one in her back pocket. So but there are only two that have been auctioned off before. This is the third one. And like I said, 5,000. 5,000 is our bid. 10,000 from Elaine. Elaine, who looks like she's wearing mermaid gear right now. So she's all ready for this. And we're up to 20K from Amy. Amy's getting quite the collection. She I know last year we talked about having some kind of parade or drag racing around the Fairelands in the bus collection, which again we will be able to do this year because, like I said, we're up to 9 buses now. There's 9 different people out there that can be driving these around. So let's see, what are we up to? 20K from Amy for the 2019 Mer Magic Bus. And I am going to call it once. I'm going to call it twice. And let's see, anybody else going to jump in there? Holding out for one more bid, and I'm calling it for Amy for 20,000 lindens. Oh, Apple Bus and 30K. Well, okay, wait. I'm sorry. I called it before we had our last bid in. The last bid. All right, Old, I don't quite understand that. Okay, 30K. 30K from Allie for the Mer bus is what we're at. And she needs to go. So that's going to be the last bid from her. So 30K going once. 30K going twice. And it goes to Allie for 30K. Congratulations, Allie, even though I don't think you're here anymore. But when you come back, you will have the beautiful Mer Magic Bus. All right, so we're up to last year. This is only the second time that it has been up for auction, and this is the Ringmaster Bus. So it is the carnival bus dedicated to the circus. Only second one out there, and has a monkey on top of it. I don't know if I ever even noticed the monkey before. Steampunk circus, that is the inspiration here, a steampunk circus. And we have a bid of 15,000 lindens from Breezy. Now, like I said, I think that there really should be some kind of parade, especially in these last couple of days that Patch has so generously extended to us. I mean, we're thinking that there probably will be less lag on the regions, might actually be able to handle having a few buses go across it at a time. And if we happen to crash a region, maybe it won't actually disturb anything. And I'm saying that quickly before Z can stop me. Okay, so we've got a high bid right now of 15,000 lindens for the Ringmaster bus, the steampunk circus inspired bus. 15,000 lindens, and I'm going to just kind of keep talking here for a minute or two to see if anybody else is going to throw in a bid. But I will start calling it. I'm calling it once. 15,000 lindens, and Alia is doing such a wonderful job of showing the bus off from all angles, flipping it upside down. right and left. It's a real model. It's such a diva. All of the buses are divas. That's what they are. And then he comes and drops it on my head, which, you know, I think that that's his hint that I need to speed this up and shut up and get to the break. Okay, this is the Ringmaster bus, and it's from last year, so only the second year, and we've got 15,000 lindens for Breezy right now, and I'm calling it twice. And I'm going to go to third time. Breezy gets it, and now we're up. Now we're up. I honestly have to say that the next bus, the one from this year, 2021 Apple bus, is is my favorite bus. I have not had a chance to ride on it this year. I hope that I do before the end of the fair, but this is gorgeous bus, my favorite bus. I want this bus. So whoever does get it can certainly offer me a ride, or better yet, allow me to drive it because I am an excellent driver. I am ALIA certified. Okay, so we have a bid of 25,000 lindens. Apparently Xander bid 19 million for the bus. So if anybody wants to top that, they are welcome to. All right, we have a bid from Ash of 27,000 lindens for the Apple bus. And like I said, it does come with the rare opportunity of me being your chauffeur around the Fairelands, which I know it's not quite as good as a tour by Alia, but I promise not to crash the bus. Which I'm sure is part of the fun for some people. And some people actually like to hold on to themselves and not lose their butts when they cross a region border. But, to each his own. So we're up to 31,000 lindens for the Apple bus. And like I said, I haven't ridden it. I don't know all the features, but looking at the picture just makes me want to, what is the word? Squee. I don't think I've ever said that word before, ever, in public or in private. But it seems like an appropriate word in this context. This is a squeeable bus. Okay, we're up to 34,000 lindens from Alex, proxy bid from Alex, Rogue, 34,000 lindens. Look at the cushions. Yes, the cushions are little mushrooms. And they're the best kind of mushrooms. They're the red mushrooms with white polka dots. And the white mushrooms with red polka dots. I don't know, this whole bus just looks so cheerful and summery, and there probably are strawberries all over it. There should be strawberries and apples and all things red and juicy. All right, let's see. 34,000 is the high bid. And this is the last bid that we're going to be doing. This is going to be the last bid, last auction that we're doing before we take a bit of a break, probably 8 to 10 minutes. People can get up and stretch their legs. Let's see, we are up to a bid of 45,000 lindens for the Apple bus. And I know why I'm not being able to see it. I'm reading the wrong chat. Okay, so We're up to 45,000 lindens for the apple bus from Tapple. Sometimes I say names before I actually read them, and I'm not sure that I get them right. So please excuse me. Please excuse me if I either say your name wrong or completely forget your name. I don't forget faces, but that's not really apparent when I'm speaking in voice. All right, we have a bid of 48,000 lindens. It's coming in from Alex. He's a proxy bidder. So we do just have to be a little bit patient here because of the latency of the stream. And if a bid is coming in proxy bid, it might be a little bit delayed. So we have a bid of 50,000 from Ash. And that's for this year's Apple bus. And like I said, it also comes, I will happily drive you around, give you a tour of the regions, and you might even be able to convince Alia to give you a driving lesson. I will be your chauffeur, Alia will be your instructor. I just volunteered him for that. I volunteered him because he does so little for the fair as it is. I say with much sarcasm. I do have to say that there are an awful lot of people that make this fair possible, and it's hard for me to be able to remember them all and thank them all. There are currently in backstage 867 people, I think, something like that. And those are the people that come together to create the fair. And then there are the thousands of people who come to the fair that also, I mean, they also make it what it is. So thank you to everybody, but especially, you know, there is this core group of people that get the fair going before anything else starts, and that includes the world builders, and it includes Sonia Marmarak, who basically organizes everything. She keeps the website going, she does all the bloggers, she keeps everybody informed about everything. I could not do this without her. Elaine Diavolo and Old Soul, they are the two that basically run the programming, run the Live at the Fair child events all through the fair. We have Alva doing performance and heading up there. All of these people have teams, and I don't want to leave out anybody on the teams, but Alva leads performance, and Safia leads Litfest, and Beryl has come forward and coordinated role play this year. And I'm sure, we have tabletop gaming, which is Chu and Niza. And then, of course, there is Zelia, who makes sure all of the regions stay running. She is underappreciated because if the regions are running, you don't even know she's around. And if they aren't, she is always there to make them work. And then, of course, there's Xander, who basically oversees everything and is my right-hand person. So thank you to everybody, and I expect to look back and see that the total is like 100,000 lindens now for this bus. So let's see, what is the high bid? 64,000 right now to Tapple, 64,000 going once, 64,000 going twice. I know Tapple is a proxy bid, so I'm guessing that is the high bid, and nobody here is going to bid anything else. So 64,000 for the Apple bus to Tapple. And we get to take a break. Woohoo! We'll be back I'm doing really well. That only took me 2 hours. So we will come back at, let's say 2:10. That gives us 8 minutes. Okay, everybody, take a break, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, hello. I know I took some extra time, but that was because so many people were IMing me with love. Yay, she's back! And there might be music because Xander just started another song and he's going to fade it out, but I don't know what's going on. I'm sure he'll tell me. Anyway, so we've been here for 2 hours and we've gotten through the first 1/3 of the auction. Maybe I need to talk a little faster. The first thing we are going to start off with here are 3 creations by Silas Merlin. Katsui, who is helping me pulling down signs so that you all can see what I'm talking about, asked me, are we auctioning off Silas Merlin the person? And I I don't think that he wants to be auctioned off. So, and okay, that's a no. That's a very adamant no. So instead of auctioning Silas, we are going to actually auction some of Silas's creations. All right, he is the creator of the chicken gotcha that we were talking about before. And like I said, if you haven't had a chance to look at the chicken gotcha, you really ought to cam over there and at least take a look at it. He has done chickens in the style of several of the Faireland regions. He hasn't been able to do them all because I have too many regions and not enough time, but he certainly has gotten through as many as he possibly could. And I believe that there are 10, maybe 10 in the gotcha, and 10 in the gotcha, and he just finished one for Adracunis, which is hidden somewhere on the region, and if you find it, you can get it for free. So, like I said, we're starting with creations by Silas. The first one I am going to pull out is actually a tribute to the flamingos, Alia's flamingos, that he always puts down at the very, very, very beginning of the fair season. When we first get the Fairelands, they're completely flat, they're completely empty, and Alia comes in and puts down a parade of flamingos. That actually, you can see some evidence of that. I know that there are pictures that get out, but here on Faire, there's actually a flamingo hot tub kind of jacuzzi pool thing that's going on along the border with Lin Jiaolong. So you want to check that out if you haven't seen it, but it is a tribute to those flamingos. And Silas was equally inspired, and he made a hat that has a flamingo bus on it. So he actually was combining the idea of the flamingos with the cool buses, is what I'm guessing the inspiration was. And he made a hat for the World Builders Gotcha. The hat is absolutely adorable, but the hat, if you blow it up, because it is modifiable, if you blow it up to sculpture size, is almost 1,500 Li, which is a little pricey. So what he did was he actually went and he made a sculpture-sized version of the flamingo hat. And that, when rezzed in at sculpture size, is only 156 Li, which, as he says, is much more reasonable. So I think that everybody needs a copy of this, but unfortunately there's only one. And right now we have a remote bid of 12,000 lindens for, oh no, I read that wrong. She put a remote bid in for Silas himself. I have to be clear. We are not auctioning off Silas. We are auctioning off his flamingo bus hat. So I believe the bid, I don't know, have it. You got to take it up with Silas. I said auction Silas and he said no in capital bold letters. So I'm guessing no. So so yes, we are not we are not bidding on Silas. We are bidding on the flamingo bus hat sculpture that Silas made. No chickens, just flamingos on a hat. It is a very cool sculpture. And the great thing about this is you certainly can play the World Builders Gotcha, and you can get this as a hat, hat sized as a hat, wear it around, and sport the flamingo bus. However, it is adorable. It really is. I really love it, and you can blow the hat up. But like I said, if you blow the hat up, it is a ridiculously high Li. It actually comes in at 1,225 Li, as opposed to the actual sculpture version of the flamingo bus hat, which at the sculpture size is 146 Li. I don't even know what that means. You can get Elizabeth on the hat. Well, I don't know. Somebody is currently wearing the hat. So everybody cam on Gremlin, and you can see the hat being modeled. Did someone put a hat on me? Oh, yes, someone did put a hat on me. This is the sculpture. This is the flamingo bus hat sculpture. See, isn't that adorable? And in fact, I could probably, you're right, Silas, I could fit in the bus. So this is really a tribute to the Fairelands at its fundamental core. It is a flamingo and it is a bus. The two Easter eggs of the fair. So let's see, what can we start the bidding off at? 146 Li will not crash your region. Let's start the bidding at 5,000 lindens. 5,000 lindens for this great sculpture. And it is modifiable. So if you want to take, Alpha out the hat and just have the flamingo bus, if you want to blow it up so that it will crash a region, if you want to shrink it, I'm assuming it's shrinkable. I mean, you can do anything you want with it. The size that it is right now behind me is 47 Li. So that means that it can actually get quite large. All right, we have a bid of 10K from Elaine, 11K from Cayenne, 11K for this awesome sculpture. But, like I said, it is also the actual hat is in the World Builders Gotcha. So there's absolutely no reason why everybody can't have a version of this hat sculpture / thingy. All right, we have a bid of 15K from Banshee for the flamingo bus hat sculpture. Try saying that 5 times fast in a row. And Alia is wearing flamingo shorts. I'm afraid to look because I don't want to say something I shouldn't say on air. So we we are at 15K. That's the high bid here from Banshee. I'm going to call it once. If anybody wants to jump in there, now is the time. It's 15K, calling twice. And it doesn't seem like we're getting any proxy bids. So I'm going to go ahead and call it for Banshee for 15K. She gets the flamingo bus hat sculpture. Good job. All right, we've got two more things up from Silas. One of them, one of them is interesting. Well, they're both interesting. But one of them is definitely a tribute to Faire. He helped with the creation of Faire this year, along with a Lilia artist and Havit Neox. And there, a central reoccurring feature of Havit and Lilia's builds are always the centaurs. Well, this year, Silas contributed his own unique take on the centaurs because, yes, he has admitted he has found his inner chicken. He has chicken on the brain. So, of course, chickens found their way into the centaurs. So we have the chicken centaurs. Which we already have a bid on that is 20,000 lindens. We're up to 25,000 lindens from Julala. And like I said, we have like two hidden Easter eggs of the fair. We have the cool buses and we have the flamingos. And I think after this year, we're also going to have chickens. Chickens are overtaking the Fairelands. Everything is afoul. Going afoul. Something like that. Anyway, we have a high bid of 25,000 lindens for the chicken centaurs. They look like they're having quite a good time. They've got their lyres and they're dancing around chicken maypole. I'm not sure what size this is, Silas. Is it coffee table size or is it more of sculpture size? I believe it is modifiable, so it can be any size that you want it to be. Oh, he's rezzed one behind me. Well, I'm not actually watching things. Oh, yes, that's just a nice size. It looks like a garden statue. And who doesn't want a statue of centaur chickens in their garden? Frolicking, no less. These are frolicking chicken centaurs. Okay, right now the high bid is 25,000 lindens, and I believe that is to Jalala. So I'm going to call it going once. Oh, we're up to 31. 31, 35. Jalala she wants the chicken. Actually, she wants the chicken centaurs because she is a centaur. That makes perfect sense to me. She is I believe she's the head of the ancient order of centaurs. So she probably knows all about chicken centaurs. She probably knows all about the secret society of chicken centaurs. Chicken tars. Something wrong with there's a restaurant here called Chick-fil-A, and saying chicken tars just sounds like some kind of food at Chick-fil-A. That's disturbing. All right. Well, I don't know what our high bid is now. I think it's 31,000 lindens. Well, I'm going to say that it's 31,000 lindens. If it's not 35, that's right. It's 35 to Jalala. I kind of went off on a tangent and forgot. It's 35 to Jalala. I'm going to call it once. I am going to call it twice. The centaurs are going to come out and dance in appreciation of their chicken tar ancestors. And I call it for Jalala at 35,000 lindens. Use it, praise it in good health, Jalala. All right. Our last item from Silas is it's just really, really cool. It is the kind of the culmination of the whole chicken movement at the fair this year. Like I said, he's done these wandering chickens that are modeled, inspired by several of the regions of the fair this year. And these are the same chickens that are in the gotcha. They have come together and they are sailing the seas and searching for next year's Fairelands. That's what they're doing. So we have on here, we have Valhalla, we have Tempest Bay, we have the Isles of Terran, we have Junction, we have Ostara, we have Amethyst Rift, we have Peeville Goes Nuts, we have Jadoob, we have Scrimshaw Warrens, Somnia Taurus, Ark, and of course the crocheted chicken from Featherfall. So it is quite a collection. I don't know who wouldn't want this. It's adorable. I love this. I want to take this home. All right, we're starting at 20,000 lindens for the Wandering Chicken Gotcha. Okay, I want to make sure that people who are bidding remotely do have a chance. I also want to remind people that all of the auction items are listed on the Faire website. I am not sure exactly what the page is, but of course, in local, I know Sonia can post it, but if you are listening remotely, that's not going to be a help to you. So if you go on the website at fantasyfairsl.wordpress.com and you go to you see the buttons at the top and you go over to events, that opens up a menu that allows you to select the live auction. And if you select the live auction, you will see a list of all of the items that are up. So you can in fact scroll down and you will see a picture of the Wandering Chickens, the Voyage of the Wandering Chickens. So if anybody would like to bid on that, who is not on Parathura, but listening through the Fantasy Fair radio stream, you want to send your bids to Old Soul Resident, and he will be able to get those posted into local chat so we can count them. So let's see, where are we at now? I think that we are at 30K for the Voyage of the Wandering Chickens, and I am going to take just a minute to read new instructions from Xander because I can't read and talk at the same time. Okay. All right. Basically, what I'm going to try to do here is build in a little bit more time for people that are throwing in proxy bids to be able to actually get those in without just not talking and leaving dead air. Though I don't seem to actually have any problem with filling up time. Who knew? I really thought that I was rather reclusive and shy. Anyway, I believe that we are up to a bid of 30,000 lindens, and right now B has the high bid for the Voyage of the Wandering Chickens. And I really want to bid on this. I kind of feel like that is somehow illegal since I am actually hosting the auction. I don't know. What is that? What would you call that? Something nefarious, anyway. So, like I said, this is created by Silas Merlin, and if you do not have the opportunity to bid on this and get this wonderful collection of all 10 or 11 of them on their voyage to find the new Fairelands for next year, you can get each one of them out of the chicken gotcha, and you can find that scattered around the Fairelands in different places. There's one on the Fairchild, there's one here at the live auction site on Faire. There will be one at the, don't tell anybody, secret rave party that has posters going up all over my signage here. So you'll have lots of different opportunities to collect these wandering chickens if you want them. And of course, I know everybody wants them because they are really cool memorabilia of the regions. So let's see, where are we at? Are we still at 30,000 lindens? Have I given plenty of time for people who are off-site to cast their bids for this one? Okay, so Old has given me the go-ahead. We don't have any remote bids coming in. So I believe that the high bid right now is 30,000 from B. Is there anybody here who wants to throw in another bid? This is a very hard decision for me. All right, going once. How many chickens can you put into a walnut shell? That sounds like a joke. B and Solus did Tempest Bay. They built Tempest Bay and overflowed just a little bit into the Cerulean Bombora, which I asked them to do, and I think fit really, really well. And B is very generously wanting to grab this for Solus. I believe that Solus and Solus and Silas are good friends, and I really, really, I really, really want this. Anyway, okay, so 30,000 is the high bid for B, going once, going twice. Someone take a picture so I have a copy of this, and I call it for B. All right, 30,000 going to B. Okay, let's see, what else? What else do we have? We are moving on to Faire. I told you that Silas helped with Faire. Havit, Neox, and Lilia Artist are the other two creators here. And we have 4 different items from Havit and Lilia. So the first one up, we'll go in order. Poor Katsui, she has no idea what I'm doing. I just give her a whole bunch of pictures and she just tries to keep up with me. So the first one that we're going to go with is the auction hall. The auction hall is by Havit, and it sits on the seabed of Faire. Let's see, before I go into the description of this, I will say what it is. It is a 66 Li and it comes copy mod. Its dimensions are basically 16 by 8 by 9. And I think that we should start the bidding at, we'll start the bidding at 10,000 lindens. So we have a copy of it for anybody on site, which of course you can see because you're here. Havit has resed a copy of it. So we are now accepting bids. We've started at 10,000. The bid is up to 11,000. And now I will go on to describe it so that anybody who is not here and would like to bid can direct those bids to Old Soul. On the seabed of Faire rests a large temple complex. This hall formed a part of the corridors lined with god statues. The hallways commanded obedience, for it is well known the gods read minds. This is soft linked, and it contains 2 pieces. The hall itself is 36 Li, and the 6 mind-reading gods are 30 Li. And I really can't tell you anything else about it, but I think it's still resed here. Anyway, it's underwater. If anybody wants to cam down, they can see it underwater, but it's also resed here next to me. And the bid is already up to 18,666 lindens. I think that I should set a limit. I think that bids only should go up by like by 1,000 at a time. I like round numbers. These numbers. Okay, the high bid right now is 20,500 from Prokofy. And this is for the Faire Hall. Comes in 2 parts. First you have the hall, and then you have the gods inside. I do not think you want to separate the gods from the hall. They may not like it. All right, 20,500 going once. What, they will like it or else? And the high bid jumps up to 22,000, 22,250. Yes, Sonia, I think you're right. The gods will be separated and the gods will like it. Oh, oh, I can look at these gods and I might even have an idea of the intention that Alia has with them. However, I will not say a word, as if I said something, I am sure I would be wrong. However, if anybody else, if Alia, oh, I do. Okay, all right. If you look at the gods, if you cam up really close and you look at them, do they remind you of anything? Because if they do, that might be a hint as to what Alia's theme for his region might be next year. Just a thought. Anyway, the high bid is 22,250. The high bid now is 25,000. That is Alia's last bid. And we have a high bid now of 25,250. That is the high bid going once, going twice, and we will call it for 25,250 for per coffee. And that was for the Faire Hall. Okay, we've got 3 more pieces. We are going to the jail next. And I'm sure that Habit will go ahead and res the jail as well. I believe, actually, that this jail might have been used in a jail and bail. So it is a used jail. And we will start the bidding at 10,000 lindens. So this jail, it is 200 Li, and it comes copy mod. Its dimensions are approximately 6 by 6 by 8. And like I said, it is not a brand new jail. It is a used jail that you are getting here. This was used for the jail and bail of Sharni, Killick, and Cole that occurred during the course of the fair. Apparently, Cole came to Habit and said, "Could you please build us a jail?" I think she must have had prior knowledge that the Faireland Watch was going to pick them up, and she wanted to make sure they had comfortable quarters. I'm not sure that this was what she was thinking of, but maybe if you throw some cushions in there, it could be a comfy living room seating area. So yes, this is a used jail. It was used to jail Sharni, Killick, and Cole during their jail and bail, and right now we have a high bid of 12,000 lindens from Julala. I am being told that it would work perfectly as an egg stand, or I could definitely see it as a hat. It is modifiable. You can shrink it down. I think that it would make an absolutely lovely hat. I don't think that there's any blood. I don't think that it's that kind of jail. This is more a pleasure jail with throw pillows. So I'm sure that there's room for dance poles in the middle. It kind of looks like it's built that way. Okay. All right. So the high bid, I think, is 12,000 lindens right now. I'm waiting to see if there are any proxy bids coming in. I do think that it would, I do think that it would make a lovely dance area. That's true. But I am also sticking to the comfortable seating area with throw pillows. Put some plants around, brighten the space up. All right, 12,000. I haven't seen anything else. So 12,000 going once, 12,000 going twice. And if someone could remind me who actually bid 12,000, and it doesn't matter, Safia just bid 14,000, Alia bid 15,000. High bid is 15,000 for this slightly used jail. Time for proxies. Pull it out, pull it out. All right. Nice sunny seating area. Yes. Nice sunny seating area. That's what I think. Okay, so right now the high bid is 15,000 lindens. And I do want anybody who is not here, who is listening to this on FFR, to have a chance to get a hold of Old Soul and put in a bid if they want to for this slightly used jail, egg holder, dance pole thingy holder, relaxing sculpture seating area for your living room. High bid, 15,000. You think this looks good? All right, I'm obviously not catching the chat. Because I think that you're talking about using this as a Fae graveyard. So I'm kind of sure that I've missed something in the conversation. All right, I think that we're going to start to call this. We've got 15,000, 15,250, 16,000. It's funny because I'm watching the chat and there will be these periods where there's dead silence and there's nothing going on. And it's like you're all taking a collective breath and waiting for me to say something smart and pithy, and that's very intimidating. Please don't do that. All right, so the high bid here is 16,000 lindens. Okay, I really didn't need to know that. I can understand why everybody held their breath. I really, no. I was fine. I was absolutely fine not knowing that, having the chat scroll right by that. Though I'm very much running out of things to compete with Killick's farts. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't really know how to continue the conversation from that point. Just kind of lies dead there in the water. Okay, no proxies, and the high bid here is 16,000 from Alia. Is there anybody here on site that is going to go higher than 16,000? 16,000 going once, 16,000 going twice. And Alia wins it for 16,000 lindens. The slightly used jail. Hopefully it has been aired out. All right, next thing up is the Lost Pearl. And I believe it is the Lost Pearl painting. So I am looking at this, and it is a display of a painting, the Lost Pearl painting, and I am going to start the bidding at 5,000 lindens for this. So I am sure I have not seen this, but I suspect that it is hidden here somewhere on the region. I am guessing probably underwater. Habit has resed it here next to me so everybody can cam in and take a look at it. It is 16 Li, and it again will come copy mod, and it is underwater, and there is a story. Let me see what Habit has said about it. The story of Faire, meaning lost pearl, is symbolized by the pearl of wisdom found within each of us. In the case of the region's story, it is about a man unjustly accused of sorcery. The painting is taken from one of Habit's drawings in real life and has been modified with other layers of manuscript in a century, a language of the centaurs. The cape has been removed from the man, and he, in turn, is painted into the fabric which once clothed him. It is absolutely beautiful. If someone will pass me the story, I will be happy to read it. I don't happen to have it at hand. Ah, so that's why you're bidding for everything, Alia. You have a man crush on Habit. Well, I don't blame you. Habit's pretty cool. He does awesome, awesome hats. All right, we have a bid of 10,000 from Jessica, 11,000 from Callisto. And now I'm really interested. I'm really interested in this story that everybody's talking about, because I should know the story. I'm sure I should know the story, and I don't know the story. We have the bid at 13,000 now from Callisto. And 15,000 from Jessica. We are going up. We are waiting for proxy bids as we go up. Right now, the high bid is to Callie for 16,000 lindens for the Lost Pearl painting. High bid is 16,000 lindens from Callisto for this beautiful painting. You can display it above water, you can display it below water, and it is based on a drawing of that Habit did in real life. And I have now the story so that I can read it while we wait for Wow, this is quite a long story. I really would like to read the story, but I just found out we have no proxy bids, so I won't read this out loud. But I am guessing that Habit could put it here for people to pick up. If it's not available, it's on the website. All right, it's on the website. If you go to the website at Second Life, at fantasyfairesl.wordpress.com, and you look under events, you will, I believe, if you look under events, you will find a link to the Lit Fest, Literary Festival, and I'm guessing it would be under the Lit Fest region tours. But I could be wrong. However, okay, it's not actually there yet. However, because we have been talking about it, it will be put up. All right, so that was the third item that I have up from Faire, and now I'm going to put up the fourth one. I don't think I called this yet, so someone tell me what the high bid was. 16,000 lindens for Callie, for the Lost Pearl painting. And the last one up is Sea Eagles. Sea Eagles is 7LI. It is copy mod, and the dimensions are 4 by 4 by 5. So I am going to start the bidding at 5,000 lindens. And these again, they are a sculpture, and I believe I've seen them underwater here as well. Most of Faire this year is really concentrated. The majority of the story is underwater. The main elements that are above water are the arrival point where the art gallery is. And I really want to thank Lilia especially for building the art gallery for me. It's always such a pleasure to be able to put the fantasy art in there that Sonia collects for me from so many artists who display on Flickr, so many Second Life photographers who display on Flickr. I think this year we're displaying the works of, I don't know, maybe 22, 23 different artists. Sonia? I'm not sure, but all of them are listed on the website. If you look under the gallery link, then Sonia has actually listed all of the art, all of the photographers that are in the Fantasy Faire art gallery. So you can check out their Flickrs. All right, we have the bid for the Eagles. It is up to 13K right now. And we do have a link. It is on the website fantasyfairesl.wordpress.com, and it is simply under the art gallery. Which is, if you look under events and you go to arts and entertainment, you can find the link for the art gallery. You are the wind beneath my wings. What a great song. No, I'm not going to sing. I promise. There are a variety of strange creatures beneath the waves at Faire: birdmen, guardians, a seahorse with octopus legs, chicken centaurs, and of course the sea eagles. Their lower bodies end in a long tail, not dissimilar to the seahorse, while they have wings that are nearly useless. Feathers don't fare well underwater. In addition, their musculature is not strong enough to propel them forward. However, when they join tails with two or more other sea eagles, the combined wing power is sufficient to get them moving little by little. Sharks have not a mouth large enough to swallow groups of sea eagles, so the sea eagles float around oblivious to the abundance of the sparkling sharp teeth in their neighborhood. Definitely an addition to any water feature that you might have, and a beautiful work of art. We're up to 16K, 16,000 lindens for the sea eagles. We are waiting for proxy bids, seeing if anything is coming in. We do need to wait for those proxy bids because there is a delay between talking here in local and people listening on Fantasy Fair Radio. And I'm really happy to know that there are people listening on Fantasy Fair Radio, that they are being able to participate with us here in the live auction on Faire. It's really wonderful that people are able to do that, because I know that we have a limited number of people that can actually get on the region. And of course, today is Mother's Day in the US and Canada. And so I know that people have obligations as well. And to be able to listen to this, if they can't get in World, is really great, so that they can be a part of it as well. So right now, the high bid is 17,000 lindens, Alia Baroque. As the high bid for the Sea Eagles, and do we have any more bids coming in? 17,000 lindens is the high bid. This is copy mod. You can enlarge it if you want to. If you have a super large underwater space, we're very lucky here at Faire because we have 60 meters of water to work with. And that is a depth, and it's really nice to be able to have that much. So have it, Lilia and Silas, really take advantage of that and create wonderful underwater environments for us to explore every year. And while we're waiting for the proxy bids, I just want to say that Faire is the home of our performance series. And as I said, that is headed up by Alva and her team. And we have had a number of dance performances over the past couple of weeks. We have a very full schedule. Multiple, I'm not sure how many dance troupes we have come in. 12, maybe 15 different groups come in and perform here. Every time we have a performance, I know that the region is maxed out. We have easily 60 to 70. This year, people were very generous. They came, they watched the shows, they made donations into the kiosk to show their appreciation and support of both the dancers and Relay for Life. Just really have to thank everybody for being so incredibly generous, not only to Relay for Life, but for showing their appreciation to the performers that way. And we had 23 different groups performing at Faire this year. I don't know that I don't know if that's a new record, if we often have 23. I think that we're getting more and more popular as the performance series goes on. I think that more and more people are are applying and hoping to be able to come in and do shows. And it certainly is great for us to be able to promote those shows, but also to enjoy those shows. And we are larger than last year. So who knows, next year, who knows how many different performers we will come in. And I know a lot of them, it's too bad, but a lot of them can only do one show. And so inevitably, even if you're trying to be very diligent, you're probably not going to make all the shows, but still, it is a really wonderful thing that we're able to offer them over such a large time range, so that people, no matter where they are in the world, have the opportunity to see something. Yeah, Xander didn't make his dancing debut. He's been dancing for years. But yes, he did appear twice in Jenza's show, and he did an absolutely marvelous job. I know that he really enjoyed it and watched it really enjoyed. Jenza does great shows. She is very happy to have people perform with her. I know that she has had Havit perform, Havit and Lilia. I saw Sharni up there this year. So she reaches out and very much to the community and has people come in. But all 23 of the groups, just so wonderful. I know Alva has the night theater, and they come and do a show, at least one show, and do a wonderful job. I know we have groups from Japan that come in as well. So really, we have quite a variety of performers that come in and participate in the performance event at Fantasy Fair. And Havit and Lilia, Silas all work so beautifully with the performers as well. Being able to create the space for them to res their stages. Okay, it looks like we have waited long enough. I have talked long enough. The proxies are done. Nobody is bidding, and the high bid is 17K to Alia. So 17K going once, 17K going twice. If there's anybody here who wants to put in a last bid, now would be the time. And 17,000 for the win. Alia gets the Sea Eagles. All right, we are doing great. We've gotten through all of 7 items in an hour. Moving right along. Okay. I'm really excited. I'm really excited about the next ones. We have 2 different items up for auction from Lin Jiaolong, and they're wonderful. The first one I'm going to do is the theater. And the region itself was designed by Fiona Fay, and I will go into details about it after we start the bidding. But like I said, the first one is for the theater that she designed for LitFest to be able to use for their larger events. And I'm going to start the bidding at 10,000 lindens for this, for the theater on Lin Jiaolong. So, talking about Fiona and talking about Lin Jiaolong, I don't really know how to describe it. It is not like anything we've ever had at the fair before, and I'm just really impressed by it. Last year, Fiona did a world bling for us, and I love to see the worldlings because one of the things that we always hoped from we always hoped for from the worldlings was that we might find future world builders, and that has been the case several times actually. And Fiona did a worldling last year called Chinese Proverb. And her art is Chinese brush stroke art. It's Chinese brush art. And she took this two-dimensional work of art and she created a three-dimensional picture that you can actually walk into, and in the case of Lin Jiaolong, walk through. And she, last year after the Worldling, I asked her if she'd like to do a full region, and I think that she was very flattered and at the same time a little hesitant, because I'm not sure that she knew how she would actually do an entire region. And to be honest, I wasn't sure either, but I really felt that she would be able to figure it out, and I just wanted to let her run with it and see what she could do. And she did a beautiful job, absolutely beautiful job. I think it's everything that LitFest could have wanted. I know that it inspired the entire theme for LitFest this year. The LitFest centered around Chinese literature, and that the region itself was inspired by a Chinese proverb about a dragon coming to life when the final brushstroke was added to its last eye. And when that brushstroke hit the paper, the dragon came alive. And so when you look at Lin Jiaolong, you see this wonderful Chinese village laid out, and there's a dragon hovering over the lake in the middle. Now, the thing about the LitFest is Lin Jiaolong itself is black and white with these vibrant red trees, but LitFest tends to be very colorful, and they put out posters, they put out book tables, and you don't really want that conflicting with the art of the region design itself. So Fiona was able to make this brilliant theater for them that was hidden inside a cave, and you can't see it at all from the outside. And when you walk into it, it is this beautiful cave space that is full of flowers, lily pads and flowers, and they're the seats. And then there's this stage area, display area, and so that is actually what is up for auction. Now, what is actually up for auction are the pieces. Because when I talked to Fiona about it, she said it's basically the theater itself is a hollowed out sphere. So what this auction is containing are the seats and the screen and the stage. So all the parts, and you would be able to put this together yourself to any extent that you wanted to. If you wanted to make it smaller and more intimate, you certainly could do that. You have the objects to play around with to make this space yourself. So right now we have a high bid of $17,500 from Safia. I know that Fiona gave me the prim counts, the LI counts for the different pieces. They are not high at all, so it's not really a worry to res several of these. Let's see, the theater gate itself is 10 Li, the stage is 80 Li. The lotus, the pink lotus seats are 2, the green lotus seats are 2, the group seats are 4 Li, the tall seats are 3 Li, and the tall blossom seats are 7 Li. So you really can just play around with it, and whatever your Li availability is, you'll be able to create this space. All right, so we have a high bid of 17,500 right now. I believe it just jumped to 20,000. 20,000 lindens is the high bid for Cordyceps alpha. And Safia has raised the bid to 21,500. I can appreciate why she wants this theater. It was basically the Litfest home for the last couple of weeks. When I first stepped into it, it was camouflaged so well that my breath was completely taken away. It's just wonderful. I really love this region, and I say that having appreciated every region that I have ever had the opportunity to see and experience at the fair. This is something really unique. That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. No, really, what I'm saying is, as far as this region goes, is I really wasn't sure how it could be pulled off. And the fact that Fiona was able to basically make a black and white region is amazing to me. And it's amazing to me because I would have no concept of how to even begin to do this. I can I mean I have some ability as far as building goes, but I certainly couldn't do this. Okay, all right. So the high bid right now is 21,500. 21,500 lindens high bid going once. I think that we're still waiting for proxy bids. I'm not sure. Still waiting for proxy bids. I really ought to start reading the phone book. Okay. All right, the high bid is 21,500. That is to Safia. And that is going once, going twice. No, I can't possibly tell Xander stories because Xander will come over and step on me. So I can't do that. Go, I'm calling it. I'm calling it for Safia. 21,500. Yes, Xander, LOL. I wouldn't do that. So innocent. So innocent. He thinks the LOL fools us. All right. I am going to do one more. I am going to do the other Lin Jiao loan auction item, and then I actually am going to go and get a glass of water. So I'm sorry. I'm going to take a mini break that is not actually on the list. I hope everybody will forgive me. I really am trying to rush through this. It's not my fault. I'm going to say it's the latency in the stream when this auction takes 6 hours. Not my fault. Latency in the stream. Okay, the next one, and Katsui, if you could expand this, because this shouldn't be square, this picture should be rectangular, if possible. This auction is for the dragon. So there we go. So it was very difficult for me to find a good picture of the dragon. But yes, anybody who has been through Linjiaolong has seen the dragon. It's the centerpiece of the region. We have a bid of 15,000 lindens right now. So if anybody's out there listening to the stream, the bid right now is at 15,000 lindens. As far as I know, this dragon does not have eggs, but yes, this is another region that had a dragon in it. I wasn't even thinking about the dragon in this region. I think dragons are about as prevalent as chickens. And I do think the conversation before was talking about the ancestry of chickens, like maybe they were dragons, or dragons are the descendants of chickens. I don't know. Anyway, I think they're kindred spirits, chickens and dragons. So I absolutely love this dragon. I think that it's amazing. And the dragon itself, let me look up the details on it. The dragon is only 35 Li. So very easy on any parcel that you own. It's not going to take up a lot of space. You might want to give it a backdrop so you can actually see it. But other than that, it won't greatly influence your Li count. So right now the high bid is Cordyceps at 18K. Actually, I think that we had two people that were 18K. Okay, we've got 21K from Safia right now. And we have, I think, another possibly proxy bid coming in for 25K. Oh, Cordy. Okay, it's Cordy. It's 25K. I did ask Fiona if she would be interested in doing a region next year, and we decided that maybe she would be just a little bit busy because around October 31st, she is going to be welcoming a baby girl into her family. So I'm not sure that 6 months after a new baby joins the family that she actually is going to have time to build another region. So yes, we're all very, very happy for Fiona, and I have told her that if she wants to, if she has time, she is welcome to do Worldling next year. So we might still have some of Fiona's art at the fair next year, but probably not on a region scale. Yes, a baby dragon. Yes, next year we're going to have all kinds of little babies running around, all these hatchlings. They're all going to be toddlers next year, or possibly teenagers, which is worse. I have not found someone who's going to build the Litfest region yet. I'm not sure that after Trollhagen and now Lin Jiao Lone that it's going to have to be a pretty brave soul who steps into those shoes. But I'm sure we will find someone who will do a brilliant job. All right. For our dragon from Lin Jiaolong, our Chinese dragon from Lin Jiaolong, the dragon who came to life, our high bid is 25,000 lindens from Cordy. Yes, there are some beautiful pictures on Flickr. I went looking last night and some of the pictures I wasn't able to download. But this one is one that Julala took, and she very graciously allowed me to use to represent this. But yes, people have gone in and taken beautiful pictures of, well, every region at the Fairelands. I always enjoy looking at the Flickr group because there are so many things, so many pictures that have been taken that I haven't seen at the fair. I have a very unique perspective on the fair. I fly almost everywhere. And when I fly, I tend to fly over the regions, so I see them from above. So it's fascinating to me to see the pictures of the little secret places that people find. I love that. Let's see, what do we have? 22.5. We have a bid of 22.5 now. And a counter bid of 28,000. 28,000 lindens is the high bid going to Cordy right now for the Chinese dragon that came to life on Lin Jiaolong. So we do actually have some proxy bids coming in on this. Yes, the little secret places are my favorite. I don't, like I said, I don't often find them. And it was a real surprise to me because I was looking at the Wandering Chickens, and I saw the one for Terran, the Isles of Terran, and it had this little mouse next to it. And I'm like, what does the mouse have to do with the Isles of Terran? Well, apparently there are little mice running all over the place. So that was something I was not aware of. I know that Tiger is she is a mice, but I'm assuming she's not a hollow mice. There's not multiple tigers. There's an army of tigers. There might be an army of mice. Okay, it looks like we are probably with a high bid of 28,000 lindens to Cordy. Going once. Going twice for 28,000 to Cordy. And I call it. 28,000 for the dragon from Lin Xiaolong to Cordy. And what I am going to do is I am going to take a short break, go get some water, and then we will be back with Mythlumen, Amethyst Rift, Tempest Bay, and Scrimshaw Warrens. All right, I will be right back. Well, not right back, probably a few minutes back. All right, bye. And we're back. Did you miss me? Okay, all right. The next item we have up for bid is from Myth Lumen. And it is actually resed here on my, let me check, left. So on your right, looking at it from the seats, it's resed on the right. And it's the central feature from Myth Lumen. I am going to start the bidding for this at 10,000 lindens. And yes, if you can change your lighting right now in Worlds to midnight, you will get a better sense of what this looks like. Because it really is gorgeous, and it needs to be it needs to at least be seen in midnight. Ideally, it should be seen in the wind light that Amethyst and Scarlet made for Myth Lumen, but the best that we can hope to replicate is at least to use midnight to look at it. Okay, we have a high bid right now with Urca at 20,000 lindens. I want to say a little bit about this. It is the centerpiece of the region, and it was created by both Scarlet and Amethyst. And there's also poetry. There's poetry by Banshee Heartsong. And Banshee she's actually created this beautiful book, Songs of the Fairelands. And I have not yet seen this year's copy, but I'm looking forward to reading it. I know that she was hard at work on it and had it done toward the end of last week, maybe Thursday or Friday of last week, and it's out on all of the event regions. So it's here on Faire, it's on Litfest. It is on the Dark Awakening, Junction, and it's also on Myth Lumen. And it looks like the poem here is fate drops her lines and collects them once again. For good or ill, the connections have been made and lost. The mourned for past holds those who holds our hearts. Yet on we go, for there is today and what will be tomorrow. High bid right now, I just saw, is Rio at 27,000 lindens. One of the very beautiful features of this work of art is the way the central figure rotates, changes color. It really is, it's a very stunning piece of work, and it would be a lovely addition to anybody's collection, but ideally if you had space to be able to res it outside, res it in a dark venue, would be amazing. I think that Rio has the high bid at 29,000, but I also think that Amethyst and Scarlet did a really creative thing when they proposed and then executed the idea of propelling the elven society into a futuristic setting. High bid now is Urka at 32,768. I think that they did an incredible job with Myth Lumen. I was very excited by the idea when they first presented it to me, but again, it was a bit like Lin Jiawen. It was an idea that I was interested in, but wasn't exactly sure what the execution would look like. And when we were first talking about it, they showed me some mood boards, storyboards for it. And they had some just incredible inspiration. And I think that they really incorporated that in to the region while still making it a very efficient shopping region, which is difficult to do. It's difficult to merge. It's difficult to merge the needs of a shopping region with the creativity of an artistic region. And I think that, well, I think all our world builders do that incredibly well. A high bid right now is at 32,768 lindens, and that's going to be the first call on the centerpiece from Myth Lumen. So I hope that all of you have had a chance to go and look at Myth Lumen, and it's really important that when you're there, you do make sure that you have shared environment on, because the wind light is really essential to the experience of the region. And it is very much elves in space. Well, not so much space. It's the future, and the future is technological, and it's difficult to imagine elves in a technological technological environment. But like I said, I think that they have done a really good job of retaining that, the heart that you feel is part of the elven culture, that connection to nature, and still very much gone to a more technical, crystalline, straight edge, straight lined kind of world. I think it's a very interesting collaboration between the two of them. All right, Urka is still the high bid, 32,768. I'm calling it twice. We're waiting to see if there are any proxy bids coming in. It was a wonderful thing to be able to have Amethyst and Scarlet come in and build this year. I think that Amethyst has been a huge supporter of the fair in the past, and this was kind of the next level for her to be able to come in and be involved in actually creating a Faireland when she has been so supportive of what everybody else has done and the community in the past. So this was a wonderful thing that she was able to contribute beyond what she has contributed in the past. And I think that it has been very widely appreciated. What I have heard from people who have gone to Myth Lumen is very much just this jaw-dropping awe. They walk in and they're just like, wow, this is totally unexpected, but really cool. I love it. So well done, Amy and Scarlett, and well done to Urka, who just won the centerpiece of Myth Lumen for 32,768 linden. Okay, so we're moving on. Moving on, and we're moving south to Amethyst Rift. And again, we have one of those great auctions where we're basically getting all of the major parts of the region so that you can recreate Amethyst Rift for yourself. What Amethyst Rift, what you are getting with this particular auction is you are getting all of the original parts made by Nix Marabana, and that includes the cliffs and the walkways, as well as the stores and the portal, the arrival point. So all of the basically underground areas, all of the cavern spaces are what are being included in the Amethyst Rift bundle. And this is a gorgeous picture taken by Julala, and it really captures the beauty of Amethyst Rift. So for an entire region deal, I am going to start the bidding at 10,000 lindens. No, the RP parts are not going to be included. It is what Nix herself created. So the region itself was actually completed in sections, basically. Nix had the idea. She came up with the idea. She executed the idea. She knew that she wanted to have a city that had descended into the earth, had basically sunken into the earth. And that's what she was able to create. She dug out the cavern, she did the cliff walls, she made the walkways, original mesh, the stores, and the arrival point. And so she really worked on the bottom. She was really, it was a bigger project, I think, than she originally was planning for. And so very, very helpfully, B Dumpling offered to come in and help do some of the top landscaping, and then the children of stories was doing their role play there, centered their role play there, and Beryl and the kids came in, Beryl and Loki came in and helped decorate the role play space. So it was really a collaborative effort between Nix and then B and Beryl and Loki helping out and filling up some of the top landscaping. So that's not included. It's the under part. It's what Nix created with the cliffs and the stores and the walkways and the portal. It's an incredibly good price for for basically an entire the parts to build an entire region. And right now the bid is okay. We have a proxy bid of 80,000 lindens from Larkin. So we're not messing around here. And that is, I mean, when you think about it, it's still a deal for basically a region. And this is such an incredibly beautiful region. I love this picture. And again, this picture was taken by Jalala, who actually had the sponsor store on Amethyst Rift. And she's captured it from a beautiful angle where you are looking up through the walkways and you can see the cliffs and the wonderful color of the region that just, I mean, it pours out the amethyst color of this region. It's very appropriately named. So yes, I'm going to call it once for 80,000 lindens from Larkin, but I am still very happy to take any other bids that come in, whether they're here in local or if we're waiting for a proxy bid. I also want to take a chance to point out the King, Queen, and Chancellor elections that have been going on. They are here on Faire. You can still bid on them. We haven't pulled them over because they're actually set up at the arrival point. So you can cam over there and look. Let me look. I'll cam over there and look. I know that we had some very definite winners or leaders anyway over there. I think the Black Panther was one. And let's see, who do we have for Chancellor? It looks like nothing is rezzed and I don't remember names. Actually, nobody wants a queen. Nobody's bidding for queens. That's very disappointing. Right now, the Sanderson sisters are leading as a trio of queens. We have Eorak, Bjornsson, the bear, the polar bear. I think he's a polar bear from the Dark Materials, and yeah, I'm never going to be able to say this name. T'Challa, the Black Panther. Those are our leaders right now. So if you want to jump in and vote for somebody else, now is the time to do it, because I think that probably after the next break is when Safia is going to call that. And I just have one other thing to say. I don't know that Simon Bassett is really a fantasy character. I mean, maybe he's a fantasy character for some people, like, but I don't think that's a proper fantasy character. It's like electing Fabio. All right, we have the second call going out for Larkin at 80,000 lindens. If anybody else wants to jump in with the final bid. Yes, Bridgerton's is a total fantasy. That's true. And I have to say, I really enjoyed the Bridgertons, but at the same time, I happened to be watching the Bridgertons with my father. And let's face it, there's some pretty racy scenes in that. So I'm just saying, for anybody who hasn't watched the Bridgertons, you might want to choose the people that you watch it with. And actually, I mean, if Safia had said that she was going to call it at 4:15, that's fine. But I just want people, since I extend it just a little bit, she's welcome to, so that people have a chance to get those last minute bids in. And I apologize to Safia for not, in my ramblings, having hit on the King, Queen, and Chancellor before, because I was going to do that and then I just kind of forgot. All right, I think that we are probably going to be able to not call it yet. We have a bid of 81,000 lindens. Mirgwin just called in a proxy bid for 81,000 lindens. And since I now get to try to kind of extend things out, just ramble along to give proxy bidders time to get their bids in, I am happy to talk about Bridgertons and lady porn. And we have another bid. The high bid is now up to 85,000 lindens. And it really is. I mean, it's beautiful region. And like I said, it's all of the original pieces by Nix. It's the cliffs, it's the walkways, it's the stores, and it's the portal. It's the arrival point. And again, this is one of those regions, as actually it's not one of the regions, it's just like all the other regions. The world builders take a lot of care in creating an environment, and part of that environment is the wind light setting. And I know personally, when I go through the regions, especially if I want to shop, I automatically put it to midday so that I can actually see things. But if you want to experience to go through the regions at least once on a shared environment setting, because it makes such a difference to be able to see the world the way the creator has dreamed it. All right, the high bid is still 85,000 lindens with Larkin. We're going to call it once. I'm going to spend a little time waiting to see if we get another bid, and it looks like we did. 86,000 from Fantasia, which is Mergwin. So we have a bit of a proxy war going on, proxy bidding war. And I just want to say that Amethyst Rift is one of 21 beautiful regions at the 2021 Fantasy Fair. One of 15 and a half shopping regions, 5.5 event regions. And we have the opportunity, thanks to Patch Linden, to be able to enjoy the regions through May 12th. So even though we were planning on closing today, we do have an extension of 3 extra days to go out to explore and to shop and to quest and to take pictures, because that's one of the best things there is to do. And we're up to 90,000 lindens from Larkin. The money is rolling in now. Larkin, 90,000, calling it once. I never even actually get to the point where I get to call it twice. One day I will get to call it twice. Huge thank you to Linden Lab for allowing us to raise the Fairelands from the mist every year, to all our sponsors for helping us to bring them to life, and of course to Patch for giving us the extra 3 days, because we varied 1,000 lindens from Fantasia. I'm just going to say going once. I suspect I'll have another bid, but I like saying going once. And while we're talking about the generosity of the lab, I do very especially want to thank Midori Linden, who is basically our go-to Linden. She and Z work together to make sure that the Fairelands run as smoothly as possible, and she has been a real godsend. She does the morning restarts every day, and she's done something that we didn't realize. For years and years and years and years, we took an hour or so to restart the regions because we did them one at a time. And Midori said, well, one, not only does that take a lot of time, but two, there it's not really efficient or effective. It's not LT. She would come in and she would take down the entire region. It would be down for like 10 minutes and it would pop back up, and it ran incredibly smoothly for the rest of the day. I mean, we were incredibly fortunate this year with the way that the regions performed. And I said, we have a proxy bidding war going on. We're now up to 102,000 lindens from Fantasia. This is war. And 103. All right, so the high bid right now is 103,000 lindens to Larkin. I'm going to call it once and wait and see if we get another bid from Fantasia. And I really, really want to thank Old for handling all these proxy bids. I think that we're probably getting more proxy bids this year than we have in the past. It seems like it anyway. And he is doing an absolutely fabulous job of collecting those and making sure that they get thrown into local chat and get properly represented. Larkin is at 103, and I'm going to call that once, though I think I already called it once. So this is 1.5. And Fantasia comes in at 105. That is the high bid. I am going to call that once. I do believe that Larkin is out, but we will wait to make sure that that is true. Right now, like I said, the high bid is Fantasia for 105,000 lindens. For the region build of the Amethyst Rift, and as soon as I said it, Larkin popped back in with 106,000 lindens. I did. I discounted him too early. It was a challenge. I think it was a challenge. I was like, Larkin's out, and Larkin's like, no, I'm not. I need a sedative. What do I need a sedative for? We're going to call it once for Larkin at 106,000 lindens. We're going to give Fantasia an opportunity to think about this. Let her ponder whether she wants to have the region build of Amethyst Rift. And apparently, no, we've got a new player. Look at that, new player. I don't know who the new player is. Mordschlag. 108,000 linden. Someone jumps in at the last minute. Larkin counters with 109,000 lindens. Take that, he cries. Take that. A battle is playing out right before us. I think I need a drink. I think the auction goes better with a bit of alcohol. You know, I am always up for that. I am always happy to sell more than one. Nix is not here. I think that Nix would probably be very willing to do that. I would need to see what we would be able to agree on. I think we lost Fantasia. So our three high bids were Fantasia at 105, Mordschlag at 108, and Larkin at 109. My question to the three of you is, would you be willing to share, or is it important for this to be one of a kind? Because if it's important for it to be one of a kind, I can appreciate that. If the three people in question, if Larkin, Fantasia, and Mordschlag are willing, I am more than willing All right, the high bid right now is still with Larkin at 109. $109,000 lindens going at least once. All right, I have a bid of 111,000. I believe that's to Mordschlag. 111,000 lindens is on the board. All right, it looks like our high bid is 121,000 lindens if there happens to be a bid above 111. So Fantasia, Larkin, if you want to jump in there, New Bidder, if you want to jump in there, now's the time to jump in there. I'm calling it once for Mordschlag. Mord for 111,000 lindens going once. And we have Larkin in at 122,000. 122,000 lindens. $122,000 is the high bid from Larkin. And we're going to call that once. Goodbye, Europeans. I know it's getting late. I'm sorry. I started early just so you could stay. 131,000 lindens is now the high bid. Leon Shadow, Mordschlag to his friends. 131,000 lindens for the Amethyst Rift. It's a real knuckle biter. I'm working on the battle commentary. It's just kind of a slow battle. But that's what happens in proxy bidding. But that's okay. We love it. We love all our proxy bidders who are bidding but are not here. Maybe they're in Amethyst Rift. We're up to 132,000 from Larkin. Inching up linden by linden. Well, apparently there's only one rift. One rift in all the world. One rift to rule them all. How very, very true. Calling at once for Larkin at 132,000. The walkways are really cool. I have to admit it. Calling at once and waiting to see if there will be a counter offer. Elaine has hit the nail on the head. We have 3 more days thanks to Patch Linden in the lab to shop and quest and explore. Go and check out those stores at Amethyst Rift that now potentially belongs to Mordschlag at 140,000 lindens. And I do believe, though I've called this before, and Larkin jumped back in, but the high bid right now is 140,000 lindens to Mordschlag. Going once. You know, there was an incredible role play that happened at the Amethyst Rift this year. The Children of Stories did an absolutely amazing job with their role play. Not only do they tell a great story, but they also are very effective fundraisers at the same time. And last year, the kids on their closing party, at their closing party, raised just over $1 million. I'm not sure. I think it was $1,125,000. I think that's what it was. Well, I think Beryl came into this year knowing exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to beat that, and she did. The kids, the children of stories this year at their final party raised north of 1.5 million lindens. I'm sure that somebody would be more than willing to get me that actual final number, but I do know that it was just over 1.5 million lindens that they raised. And the bid now is at 145,000 lindens. Larkin has it at 145,000 lindens. Well, Larkin is willing to share. If Mordschlag is willing to share, I am sure that I can speak for Nix and say that Nix is willing to share. So the ball is in your court, Mordschlag. We will wait and see what Mord is willing to do. Right now, the high bidder is Larkin, and he is willing to share. If you want to own the one and only copy, Mord, you're going to have to come up with a little bit more lindens. Mord, if you would like to share, if you're willing to share, I am happy to give it to both of you for 140,000 lindens. Waiting for an answer. All right, we have an agreement to share. Mordschlag and Larkin are going to share the Amethyst Rift bundle. Each one of them will be donating 140,000 lindens. Wonderful job to the two of you. Thank you so much. You both are going home with an incredible package from the Amethyst Rift, and both of you have just been incredibly generous in your donations to Relay for Life and the American Cancer Society. Thank you so much. I will make sure, I don't believe that Nix is here, but I will make sure that she gets both of your names and that she gets copies to both of you. All right, well, we are moving on to another region auction, region bundle, and that is from Tempest Bay. We're just moving right around the corner there. So Tempest Bay is created by Bee Dumpling and Solace Enchantment. And it includes all of the original pieces that were built by Solace. And that includes, there are pictures here, it includes the feature store, the two different styles of the merchant stores, the themed size stores, and also the sponsor store, which is the fort. It also includes two different variations of the land masses. So again, you have all the parts to make your own, basically, pirate, well, coastal seaside village city. I know there's a word that I'm searching for. Somebody will come up with it. So I think that to start the auctions here, I mean, again, we're going for a full region build. We're going for a full region build, so I think that we definitely need to start this. Well, we'll start it low and we'll see what happens. We're going to start it for 10,000 lindens. This is actually an incredible, the docks and the ships are not included. No, you have to supply your own ships. This is if somebody wants to role play a coastal port, if someone wants to role play a pirate paradise, this is a great way to get started. I mean, you have all the builds here for, I am going to find the word because trading settlement. That's what I was looking for. After the pirates crashed on the rocks around Tempest Bay and died, years later, a trading post was built on the site of the grave of the crew of the Heartless, I believe. Anyway, this, as I said, is a great way to start basically a role play region, 1700s, 1800s pirate time period role play region. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, and B has said it much more effectively than I have. It is a port of call type role play bundle. Opening bid was 10,000 lindens. I don't know if anybody has bid that yet or not. That's what I put out there as a bid. Gwen has come in at 12,000 lindens. Again, you're getting all of the pieces and parts to build your own pirate city. Think Pirates of the Caribbean. This is the city. This is the city that Pirates of the Caribbean would build for you. We're up to 15K from Magda. And yes, there are chicken pirates. In the gotcha, in the Wandering Chicken Gotcha, there are chicken pirates from Tempest Bay. A whole flock of them, and they all go bok, bok, bok. Or R bok, bok, bok. High bid now is 20,000 lindens from Amy. I don't know if I can say that. Bark? That was pretty good. Bark, bark. Something cross between a chicken and a dog. I really think, and I'm not going to do it, somebody should be playing the soundtrack from Pirates of the Caribbean here. I keep expecting Captain Jack to show up. High bid now is Urca with 23,000 lindens. Amethyst, 25,000 lindens. And we're rolling right along. As people are exploring Tempest Bay, I mean, it looks like a very respectable seaside port. However, this is a haunted port. People lock their doors and windows at night, and small children go out and get eaten. And there's a cave. There is a haunted cave for the intrepid explorer to discover that is full of pirate gold. However, you have to get through dancing skeletons in order to get there, and they'll probably slash you open and you will join them in their grisly dance. The high bid right now is 25,000 lindens. Goes to Amy. Oh, there are 3 land masses. 3 land masses, not 2, and there are rope bridges too, so that you can easily get from one land mass to another. High bid is Amy with 25,000 lindens. We are going to give everybody a minute to consider that, but I will call it once. We are waiting to see if there are any proxy bids that are going to be coming in from the people listening on Fantasy Fair Radio. Rox Arton has done a bid of 25,000 lindens, but unfortunately that is not high enough to overtake Amy, who is already at 25,000 lindens. I think it would be really fun to have a pirate city, pirate cove on your region. And there are lots of really cool ships out there. I mean, B and Solus found some excellent ships, and then if you cross over into the Cerulean Bombora, there are some ships that are sunk into the deep to their watery grave. All kinds of ships over there. So the high bid is right now with Amy, it's 25,000, and Rox just jumped in with a 30,000 counter bid for the builder's bundle for Tempest Bay. Amy is here on site. She's thinking about it. And I am going to call it once for Rox. Once for Rox at 30,000 lindens. We'll wait and see if anybody else wants to jump in. If Amy wants to throw in a counter bid, if somebody wants to come out of the shadows and steal the auction, we'll see. The tension is ripe. We're doing a pretty good job here, guys. Right now, our total in the kiosk for the fair is 19,693,000. That's not too shabby, guys. We're pushing $80,000. Actually, I'm calling it for the second time at 30,000 lindens for Rox of Secrets of Gaia. High bid, 30,000 lindens from Rox Arton. It's gone twice. We're waiting to see if anybody else jumps in there. All whistling the theme from the Pirates of the Caribbean. You know, the first three Pirates of the Caribbean movies were really good. I really enjoyed the story as it arced over the three. I mean, they could have stopped with one, but they did a good job including the other two. But number 4, what was that about? Not that I don't appreciate Jack Sparrow, but seriously? I am giving you my flick review because I am waiting for proxy. As soon as I call it, somebody is going to say 30,000, 1 linden. All right, I am going to call it for Rox at 30,000 lindens. Our proxy bidder is out, and Rox has gotten herself Tempest Bay, the building pack for Tempest Bay. All right. We are on to Scrimshaw Warrens. I have 2 items for Scrimshaw Warrens. And I actually, one of them is rezzed, and that's the first one we're going to talk about. It is the horn. Let me see. Riven did a very good job of writing everything up for me. So let me look at the picture so I know what I'm talking about. All right, the first thing up for auction is the Scrimshaw Warrens horn. And it is rezzed here so you can see it. It's copy mod. It's 32 Li, and it has stairs that are a separate link set, and those are 6 Li. So we've got a total of 38 Li for the horn at the size that it is. I am going to start the bidding at 10,000 lindens unless somebody else has already come in at something higher. And we've got 15,000 lindens from Gwen. Okay, so that's what we're going with. And Riven's here. Riven's here with a Yeti. I hope that everybody here has been to Scrimshaw Warrens, because I have to say that the job that Riven did on the Yetis, remarkable. They're awesome. They're all around the place. They're jumping and climbing and playing bongo drums. Okay, not bongo drums. That's just in my memory. But there are different versions of the Yetis for sale in RFL vendors in Riven store, Rivendale. And there's also a Yeti, a huggable Yeti, that is available in the World Builders Gotcha. Just adorable. I love the huggable Yeti. So let me tell you some about the horn. I have this whole written up thing. The horn can be found suspended on a platform overlooking the carved bones of the frozen dragon it was derived from. In the region hunt, the questers are encouraged to blow it each time they return to the storyteller with a new blessing. The sound of the horn reverberating through the caverns is a promise for a better future. The horn is a symbol of hope. It's also an original mesh that does glow in the dark. And our high bid is 60,000 lindens right now to Gwen. We have a remote bid, and then Gwen jumped in at 60,000 lindens. So that is the high bid right now. Now, you see, I knew that there was a skeleton in Scrimshaw Warrens. I wasn't sure what the skeleton was of. I should have known it was a dragon. I didn't know how it happened. Okay, so we have Yin Yang dragon, we have Scrimshaw Warrens dragon, we have Coldrasis dragon, we have Ostara dragon. Ostara. We have Ostara dragon. We have Lin Zhao Lone dragon. And then we skip a beat. We have Adrakunis dragon, and we have Shahara on the Dark Awakening. Oh, and then there's something on Somnia Taurus X that is at least a skeleton, and I suppose that could be a dragon too, though it's actually some kind of heavenly body that's fallen out of the sky. It's a giant humanoid. However, I think it was probably once a dragon. And by dragon, I mean chicken. I am not sure at this point. What is the high bid? 60,000 to Gwen, I think, for the horn of Scrimshaw Warrens. And I know that we did have a proxy bidder, so I think that we're waiting for that proxy bidder to jump in. And well, oh, the proxy bidder is out, so I'm going to call it once for Gwen at 60,000 Linden, see if anybody else jumps in. And while we're waiting, I will announce the election winners. We have for King, the Black Panther. For Queen, Yennefer from The Witcher, who made a miraculous comeback, because when I was over there looking, it was the Sanderson sisters. So there are definitely some fans here for Yennefer. And then the Chancellor is Yorick Bernison, Yorick from his Dark Materials. So well done to all of the electants, definitely to the winners. We have our rulers for this coming year, and from the voting, we raised 89,186 lindens. So congratulations, everybody. It's a wonderful idea. It started, what, Safia, 6 years ago, that we started voting for the King, Queen, and Chancellor? 6 years we've been doing this. And every year we have incredible entrants. And I don't know that we usually get the same entrants twice. I mean, every once in a while we do, but I think more or less every year we get new people. So that is 60,000 to Gwen twice. Just waiting to see if anybody else jumps in, but it does look like Gwen is going to get it. We'll just leave one more minute here. See if anybody comes out of the ether to suddenly surprise us. The proxy bidder did bow out, so unless there's someone here who is interested in jumping in. All right, I'm going to call it for Gwen for 60,000 lindens for the horn of Scrimshaw Warrens, the symbol of peace. Symbol of hope. Peace, hope, same thing. Anyway, symbol of hope. Hope for a peaceful future. Okay, we have one more item that we are going to auction before we take another break. And that is, those are the dragon bones from Scrimshaw Warrens. And Riven gave those to me to res, but since Riven is here, maybe she would like to res them. Actually, no, they're not unlinked. I can res them. I can do that. Maybe. Well, I can't see anything, so I don't know if they're resed or not, but the dragon bones from Scrimshaw Warrens, there they are. I think that what this says, for anybody who is here and looking, these are half the size of what they actually would be. And they have an LI count of 207. The ribs are 40 LI, and the skull is 284 Li. If you unlink them as linked, they are 207 Li. All right, let's start the bidding here. Let's start it at 15,000. These are dragon bones. I think that we can show some appreciation for the bones of a great warrior. 15,000. 15,000 is the bid on the floor from Amy. 15,000. So let me tell you a little bit about the bones. The dragon bones dominate the caverns of Scrimshaw Warrens. You can see them from just about everywhere, above or below. They are not, in fact, bones. They are the physical form of a water elemental, a dragon who has been frozen in place to keep him from destroying the world as he is overcome by his grief. The scrimshaw etched into the ice of his physical form is part of the great magic that has been brought upon the land by the elemental dragons of earth, air, fire, and spirit. Though he looks as if he has passed on, he is very much alive in this region. If he passed, the world would too. Not every story has a happy ending. The reality of life is that sometimes we must struggle on, even when we are not sure how we possibly can, without the people we lose along the way. These bones represent the people who are left behind. They represent me and you and everyone who has ever lost someone they have loved. And that is what Riven wrote about the dragon bones from Scrimshaw Warrens. I have not had the opportunity yet to go and do the quest at Scrimshaw Warrens, but seeing these two pieces and learning some of the story about what is going on Scrimshaw Warrens, I very much hope that I have the chance to do that before we close on May 12th. So right now the high bid is 25,000 lindens. I want to make sure that any proxy bidders who are listening on Fantasy Fair Radio do have a chance to jump in and bid if they want to. I love that. I love the story that I just read. The idea that this is a water dragon that is not dead. He's just frozen. Which means at some point maybe he will be revived. $30,000 lindens is the high bid right now from Amisra. Amisra must be right here. She is shouting in local, so she can actually see the dragon. Let's see, maybe I should turn him around a little bit. He kind of has his, not exactly his backside, but certainly not his front side to you. Probably his side to you. I don't know. I don't know what would happen if you took him to a warm region. I don't necessarily know that it would be good if you placed him on some tropical island. He might melt, but I don't know if it would still be good for his health. Corvy is in at 26,000 lindens. That's the high bid right now. $26,000 lindens, and remember that right now he's at 50% of his size. At this size, he's 207 Li. You can certainly, I'm sure, increase the size, but as is, he's 50% of the size of the one actually on Scrimshaw Warrens. Okay, the bid has gone up to 30,000 K from Emisra. And we have a counter bid from Corby, 32,000 lindens. And yes, I am hearing over and over and over again how worthwhile doing the Scrimshaw quest really is. The Scrimshaw quest and all of the different stories that the world builders have brought. I know Alia, though I'm not sure how this works, Alia had the runes, which I'm not sure that we can still do. I know that there's a story in Peeville, at least to explore. I don't know how interactive it is. There certainly was a story that evolved on Featherfall. I know that there's a story at Somnia Taurus Arc. There's a story at Tempest Bay. We have lots of stories. And that's one of the things I love about the regions. One of the things that I tell world builders, or really encourage them to think about, is when they're building a region, look at it as a world. And even if you don't tell us what it is, you should have a backstory in your mind. Who lived here? Who is this civilization? What is their culture? How do they live? And everybody does a really great job with that. And I think that that is shown through the wonderful worlds that they create, the life that they breathe into them. And our high bid right now is 35,000 lindens, and that's to Corvey. And while we're talking about quests, I really don't want to leave out Language of Birds. That is the Fairelands quest this year, and that was put together by Ash and Gidget and Tara. There are three of them worked together on that, and I know Alia threw in at the last minute and did the graphics for the HUD, but Ash and Gidget and Tara did a tremendous job on pulling that story together. And then a big thank you goes to all of the creators who donated gifts so that when we finish the quest, we are buried under a torrential downpour of gifts. So that's always lovely. And of course, Bee and Solus provided beautiful outfits to go along with the quest, like they have done for the past several years. We're very lucky to have them doing that. All right, we're up to 50,000 lindens from Emisra. That's our high bid now. I know sometimes the quests really aren't necessarily something that you want to do on your own. I think that it's a great thing that we have the fans group. You can jump into it at any time and say, hey, I'm kind of stuck here. What do you think? And people are there and they're willing to help. It's very much a community effort to make sure that everybody who wants to do the quest does get through the quest. And the bid has been raised. Corvey shouts 51,000 lindens for our dragon bones that are not bones. I think the quest, like just pretty much everything in Second Life, and especially at the Fairelands, is always better with friends. It's nice to explore sometimes if you just want to go off on your own and take pictures or do some writing, like on the Lit Fest tours. But I think there is something to be said for the camaraderie that builds while the Fairlands are here and among Fairlanders. I know that sometimes it's nice to just walk through the regions by myself, but I always find it enjoyable to be doing it with somebody else and being able to share what it is that I'm seeing and what I love. Esmira is up to 55,000 lindens, and that's the high bid right now. We're having a bit of a bidding war between Esmira and Corvi. We'll see who is the winner. All right, it looks like Corvi's out. Right now, the high bid is Esmira. We might have some proxy bids coming in, so we're not going to call it just yet. The parties that were not going to happen tonight have actually been moved, so they are not happening tonight. The party that is not a party, because I can't seem to shut up, has been moved. Of course, anytime three or more Fairlanders gather together, there is the possibility of a rave. All right, the high bid right now is 50,000 lindens, and that's with Esmira. I'm going to call it once while we wait for proxy bids to come in and see if anybody wants to counter that. I think I saw something come in for 75,000 lindens. All right, it looks like we have a proxy bid for 75,000 lindens. I'm not sure who it is, but it is definitely a bid for 75,000 lindens for the Grimshaw Warrens Dragon Bones. Oh, okay, it's not a proxy bid. It's just Elaine. Elaine has decided that she must have the dragon bones that are not bones. Way to go, Elaine. And for 75,000 lindens, I will call it once. I will call it once. I will call it twice and see if anybody else is going to jump in there. I want to make sure that all the proxy bidders that are listening on Fantasy Fair Radio or not present here have a chance to get their proxy bids to Old Soul resident, so he can throw them into local chat. I'm sure that there will be some kind of something when the live auction is over. Perhaps it will be a bus tour. Perhaps it will be a swimming party. I don't know. I'm sure something will happen. I can't imagine that we will end this. Everybody will go home and we'll just kind of turn off the lights for tonight. But I have nothing to do with that, so I can't say. All right, I think that I am still waiting for instructions on whether I am allowed to close this or not. Because right now the high bid is 75,000 lindens, and that is to Elaine. Looks like Elaine might be taking home some dragon bones. $75,000 lindens, and that is sold to Elaine. And that means that we're going to take our last break of the night. We're going to come back. We're going to do the Teagle one of a kind. We're going to do the auctions from Somniator's Ark, Jadub, and Valhalla. All right, so let's say 5:30. That gives us a little bit of time. I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, hello, hello. All right, we are on to the last part of the live auction that never ends. I really appreciate all of you being here with me for so long. It is a long time to sit, and I really do want to try to wrap this up. I don't want to miss anything, but I am respectful of the fact that we have all sat here for a really long time. So, what is up for bid now is a one-of-a-kind Teagle pet, and his name is Segan. And all of the details just rest behind me. He is one of a kind, and we already have a bid of 20,000 linden, so that's where we're going to start. Okay, yeah. So while the bids keep going up, I will let them pour in, and I will tell you just a little bit about Sagan. He is a one-of-a-kind Teagle pet and a mesh horse, and he is completely unique, one of a kind. You can res him on your land. You can sit to ride. You can pick him up. You can wear to ride. He is fully animated horse. And you as the rider are fully animated as well. You can watch him wander. There is web tracking and redelivery if he happens to disappear in some kind of region, restart or something, he will be redelivered to you. And this is really nice. He is able to be set for private or public riding, which is wonderful. So he is no copy, no transfer. There's just one. We've got a high bid right now of 85,000 lindens, and that's from Breezy. He really is absolutely gorgeous. And let me tell you a little bit about him. This is from Monstar. She is the one who textured him. This is her first. She told me it's her first one of a kind, so she's very excited. And his name is Segan. He is an official Teagle one of a kind alicorn. And it took me a while to figure out what that was, but it is a Pegasus combined with a unicorn. And that is actually, the alicorns were the new release here at the Fantasy Fair this year. There is only one of a few one-of-a-kinds that are available each year from Teagle. Teagle does occasionally do one-of-a-kinds, but only a few during any given year. He is completely hand-painted with a very subtle emissive glow effect on the heavenly bodies painted onto his skin. All of his textures are unique to him, and there will never be another like him produced by Teagle. If you have been waiting for your chance to nab one of Teagle's popular and rare one-of-a-kind horses, this would be your chance. So, I believe that the bid is up to 98,000 lindens, 100,000 lindens from Gremlin. What you actually get here is you get a unique skin that is never going to be sold again. You get the gold bangles and the chains. You get all of the features of a Teagle pet horse, and you do get the redelivery support if something would happen. Now, it is important to note that this Teagle pet does not respond to a skin change, which is really good because then you don't lose the unique skin. So it's really a safety feature for you. The bid is up to 108,000 from Breezy. This is really a very beautiful, beautiful alicorn that is being bid on here today. And when I was talking to Monstar last night, she said actually the vision that she had for Sagan came to her in a dream. So she is very, very excited that this is her first one of a kind, but she's also very hopeful that Sagan will be a very positive force in being able to raise funds for Relay for Life. That he came to her in a dream, and hopefully that dream will be realized here with the donations that we are collecting for Relay for Life today with the silent auction, and in fact throughout the entire fair, all of the incredible creations that have been up for sale and put up for the silent auction and now for the live auction, plus all of the donations made for all of the wonderful events that we have here every year. The high bid is now 110,000 from Gremlin. I want to point out that I've added one more gotcha over next to the World Builders gotcha that is growing. Monstar, who did the coat for Sagan, also did I asked the World Builders to give me an item that represents their region for the World Builders gotcha. Monstar was very enthusiastic, and she created an entire gotcha of her own. She created 10 bouquets out of the flowers on Terran. And so I took those bouquets and I made them into a gotcha of their own. So I invite everybody who loves the flowers of Terran to grab more than one out of the Isle of Terran bouquet gotcha. If you play the World Builders gotcha, you will also have the opportunity to get a bouquet of Terran flowers that is completely unique just to the World Builders gotcha as well. High bid is still to Gremlin at 110,000 lindens. I know that we are probably looking to see what kind of proxy bids we might be getting, because I know that there would be a lot of interest in this one-of-a-kind Teagle pet from people who might not be able to get here. All right, I am going to go ahead and call it once for Gremlin at 110,000. We'll give it a minute or two to see if there are any proxy bids that will be coming. I have not yet had a chance to get over and get an alicorn. I've gotten the unicorn and I've gotten the Pegasus last year, and I always enjoy exploring the Fairelands on one of the Teagle pets. So I really need to get over and get myself an alicorn for this year so that I can again fly through the Fairelands and see them actually on an alicorn instead of self-propelled. Okay, we have a high bid now from Bones Dagger of 111,000 lindens. And I know that she's a proxy bidder. I know she's really excited about getting this. And Gremlin has countered with 115,000 lindens. I think there is really a lot of interest in having a one of a kind Teagle pet. I mean, I think it's like any other one of a kind. It's special. It's special to be able to know that you're the only person who who has an item who has an item in Second Life. So let's see, what are we at? We are at 115,000 lindens. It looks like our proxy is out for the moment. So I'm going to go ahead and call that once. And we will see if we get anybody else. If we get anybody else jumping in. But right now it looks like the high bid is 115,000 and is going to stay there. And I know that I'm not talking. I think my voice is getting a little tired and I'm running out of things to say. Oh, Gremlin, I see that you're so excited. I think that you're going to win it. I think I need to call it twice. We're just about there. We're waiting just to make sure that no other proxy bids come on. But 115,000 is still the high bid with Gremlin, and I'm calling it twice. And I've got the go ahead, I think, to go ahead and call it. Calling it for 115,000 lindens. This one of a kind Teagle pet Sagan goes to Gremlin. Congratulations! Oh, there is a lot of love. There is a lot of love coming for Gremlin about her win. I'm excited for you, and there are lots of other people that are very excited too. All right, I keep forgetting where I am. I have to keep looking at the list. Okay, let's see. We are up to Somnia Taurus arc, and that is the region created by Walton Wainwright and Victor Eaton. A beautiful, beautiful region. The cathedrals reaching toward the sky. I really love that region. And what we have is something that I'm very excited about because I love music boxes. And it is the Somnia Taurus Arc Bell Tower. And I really hope that I gave this to Ketsy so that she can display it. I hope I gave her the picture. But I am giving her a picture just in case I didn't. Ah, even better, it's being rezzed right in front of us. Okay, so while this is rezzing literally on top of me, I will give you a little bit of background. Dum 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 dum. It is a musical bell tower. The scale is 42 meters by 35 meters by 113 meters. It has 257 land impact. There's a ladder that allows you to access the second floor, as well as a sit TP that puts you into the bell tower. There's a menu-driven bells play by the hour, and the bells can be shut off and played on demand if you prefer. It is configurable to random bells, and the sounds can be heard across an entire region. So what we have here is a musical bell tower. I am sure that the music that the bells play is composed by Walton and or Victor and or the rest of the team. I know it's original music. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think I need to start a bidding number because I have a feeling that the numbers have already started to bid. I'm not 100% sure. The music is by Eckenfeld. Do we have any bids? Perhaps not. All right, well then I am going to start the bidding. Okay, I have a bid of 20, 30, 35, 50. All right. I have a bid of 50,000 lindens. That's the high bid right now. I have a bid of 60,000 lindens. Let me tell you a little bit more about this. The Somniatorus Arc Bell Tower has hourly chimes with the theme of the region and a number of rings to represent the time. Well, on occasion, it will toll randomly throughout the day with sound that travels across the city. It has an interior you can decorate or build into, along with a ladder leading up to the second floor. Access to the bell tower itself is done through teleporting through a hatch on the second floor, where you can configure your bell tower's options and control whether or not it should have hourly chimes or ring on command. I should have read this note card before I read the picture. All right, it looks like the high bid is 110,000 lindens right now. And that's from Nohimi. This large building clocks in at 257 land impact with the proper physics. Custom level of detail so it can be seen along a sim skyline with no collapse, and functional linked doors that open and close with a satisfying tailored sound. The foundation of the build is also thick so that you can set it down on uneven terrain, which is always helpful. This building is tailored to be built into a role play or high traffic region thanks to its low VRAM count that won't rattle your viewers, which is incredibly helpful. I don't have any idea what that means, but anything that helps with the lag on a region is always very much appreciated. And there's this in parentheses extra note, if you are interested in the whole technical doodad side of things, it does perform very well as far as region statistics go. The high bid right now is Nohimi at 127,000 lindens. our friend Larkin is back. But right now it's 130,000 lindens. I'm not sure who has 130,000 lindens, 131,000 lindens. The bids are coming in very, very fast. So I appreciate people kind of working with me to make sure that I'm keeping track of the bids. So I know Elaine isn't bidding 140,000 lindens on the bell tower. But somebody is. Anyway, the high bid right now is 140,000 lindens for the bell tower. I don't think that anybody is going to go shirtless with this particular auction. Okay, we have 140,000 lindens, and that's from Larkin. And a bid for 145 has come in. I think that we must be getting some proxy bids. I know that Old is doing a great job keeping track of those and passing them to Elaine so that we can have them called out into local chat. If anybody out there is listening to Fantasy Fair Radio, you can send those proxy bids into Old Soul, and he will make sure that they get into local chat. And the high bid right now is 145,000 lindens. 145,000 lindens, and it's up to 155,000 lindens from Larkin. I'm going to go ahead and put that in for a call once, but you know, there's plenty of time for someone else to get another bid in. We'll make sure that there's plenty of time for those proxy bids to get in. It really is an incredibly beautiful build. The entire region, I know it is this perfect combination of form and function. It is incredibly laid out as a shopping region. It performs immaculately, and the creativity and technical ability involved in creating it is very evident. It's really an incredibly beautiful build. And it has hidden chickens. Hidden guardian chickens. I have lost track of what the bid is. I believe it's 155,000 lindens. And we're up to 160,000 lindens. 160,000 lindens from Cayenne. Not from Cayenne. Well, all right. Well, 160 was passed up. We're up to 170. 170 from Larkin. Sorry, Cayenne. So yes, we're up to 170,000 lindens. Larkin is on fire. So while we're waiting to see what else comes in, I wish I could hear. I wish I could hear the bells. I am guessing maybe they're playing. Maybe Walton is giving you example of how the bells sound. I can't hear them because I have my my sounds muted in Second Life, but I would love to hear the bells if I could. That's one of the things I love about Contraption. I love the music boxes that they do. I love the original music. I I am so appreciative of that. I really can't express how much I enjoy the the music that Walton and Victor create. And there was another, Allerton said another name and might have been the person who did the bell sounds. I can't remember. Elkaya. I think that we're still at 170, 180. We're up to 180. Is that a proxy bid? Who has 180,000 lindens? Well, I know somebody has 180,000 linden bid on this. I just don't know who it is. Okay, Bellamara. I would have guessed Bellamara, but no, I didn't think so. Okay, somebody who wishes to remain nameless, which I respect. I don't know how we're going to deliver the bell tower, but I respect it. Okay, Larkin is up to 185. I will throw it out there. Let's see. Let me see. Right now, the high bid is 185 unless it has gone up while I have been sitting here. Is Walton here? That is who I'm looking for. All right, so just remind me, did I miss it? The high bid is 185, I think. All right, high bid is 185, and I believe that is to Larkin. Okay, it looks like I now have a bid of 190. Mad at Renfrew is 190,000 lindens. Okay, the high bid now is 190,000 lindens. So we've got a real fight going here, and I am actually thinking that it is a proxy bidding war. Walton, I sent you an IM. I just want you to look at it. It's important. So right now, yes, 190,000 lindens is the high bid. That is, it's really high price. I do want to put it out there that Walton has just told me that he is willing to do two. If if you two want to fight it out, you are welcome to, but if you want to share it, you are also welcome to do that. That is completely up to you. I just wanted to put it out there that Walton is willing to do that. So right now we've got a high bid of 200,000 lindens. 200,000 lindens for this beautiful bell tower. Musical bell tower. And not only does it have original music, but it is so well designed that it can be seen across an entire region and it won't break down. Which is great. That's one thing that really disturbs me about mesh. It's the mesh that basically breaks when you get like 2 meters away from it. It can be really lovely, but if you step away from it, it's kind of disappointing. Yes, LOD levels. Okay, well, we have one person who's willing to share. It's up to Larkin if Larkin is willing to share. Okay, it looks like they have both agreed to share. I think that the second highest bid was 190,000 lindens. And then Larkin pushed it up to 200, so I'm willing to let two go for 190,000 apiece. If that is agreeable to both of you. Twin bell towers. Yes, I love that. Twin bell towers. All right, we didn't hit 20 million. We blew past 20 million. All right, so each one of you, Larkin, and you guys are scrolling too fast. I've lost the other name. Who are two winners? It's Larkin and Ren. Maddit, okay. Maddit Renfew and Larkin are two winners, both for 190,000 lindens. Okay, congratulations, guys. I'm going to have to visit your regions where you put these up because, like I said, I love the music. I am really very envious. Okay, all right. We now we're coming into the final stretch. We have Jadoob. Sharni Azali built Jadoob, and we have several. No, not 2 hours. We've been here too long. We really need to get up and move around. I am going to try to go through these items from Sharni quickly. There are several, and I want everybody to have a chance to bid on them, but I also have to be very mindful that, you know, people are getting tired. We've been here a long time. I really appreciate the attention, but we do need to be considerate of people getting tired. Okay, so we have 7 different items. I am going to bundle 2 of them together. I'm going to do the portal and the pavilions together. So we have the pavilions, and we need to get pictures of these up, and I don't know that I can actually do 2 at once. Actually, we'll just go through it. We'll do them all separately. We'll do them all separately, and we'll do them quickly. Okay, all right, they're up. Yeah. All right. It's very hard. It's very hard to figure out how to do these. All right, quickly. I do quickly. All right. We've got the chess top pavilion and the portal gazebo, and I am going to do the two of those together because they really very much match one another. So what we have, it's a bundle set of the portal gazebo and the chess top, the chess box top, and the chess timer pavilion. So all of the pavilion gazebo structures are going together. And we are going to start the bidding for this Jadoob bundle at 15,000 lindens. It's a bundle of 3 different pavilions, really. We've got the portal gazebo, and we have the chess top, the chess box top, and the chess timer pavilions. So we're starting with 15,000. Amy jumped in at 15,000. Give you a little bit of description on them. The box top pavilion comes in at 105 Li with an overlay of 60 Li, and the timer pavilion comes in at 191 Li with an overlay of 41 Li. So, you know, they're a little pricey, but certainly not too bad if you have, especially if you have a full region. They're not bad at all. They're very efficient. And the portal gazebo has 139 Li with an overlay of 8. All of these would be excellent areas to lay out, especially if you wanted to have a special area for dancing. That's one thing that comes to mind, a place, special place for seating. I believe, and I'm trying to see in my mind, I'm trying to see Jadoob in my mind. I know that at least one of these is where the chess tables are set up. I believe it's the one, it's the box top where the chess tables are set up toward the inner void sea. And a cafe, yes, and a mini showroom. And what I really, what this place is so cool because it has posters from the last, like starting in 2013, has posters of each one of the fairs, and it also has the estate layouts, and some of the estate layouts have the like opening numbers on them, so you see all these green dots, which is really cool. So what do we have? We have 15K is the bid right now for, I am happy to throw in the posters. We can definitely get you the posters. So we have, our bid right now is 15K. And that's for these 3 pavilions. We've got another bid that's come in from Proxy. It's Bones Dagger, and she's bidding 16. Amy's up to 20, and Kai is up to 20. Kai is up to 21. Allie's in for 25. These really, the region itself is really inspirational. It's like all Sharni's builds. There's a lot of thought put into it, and there's a lot of just inspiration that a person can take from being in the space and really exploring it. And I think that there was, on Netflix, there was The Queen's Gambit. And I think that I don't think that the Queen's Gambit had anything to do with Sharni's idea for Jadoo, but I know that when it came out, I think that she was fiddling around with trying to come up with a name for the region, and because the Queen's Gambit had come out, she didn't necessarily want to use certain terms because she didn't want people to immediately think, oh yeah, it's the Queen's Gambit, it's part of that Netflix television show. but but yes, I agree, the Queen's Gambit was amazing. I loved it. But actually, the Jadoob was inspired by a quote, and I want to share that with everybody while we're waiting for bids to come in. The high bid right now is 25,000 lindens and 30,000. Habit has gone up to 30,000. That's the high bid right now. But let's see, the quote that inspired Sharni's vision of what Jadoob would become was, life is like a game of chess. To win, you have to make a move. Knowing which move to make comes with insight and knowledge, and by learning the lessons that are accumulated along the way, we become each and every piece within the game called life. And I think that that's a very powerful idea to begin thinking about, and one can see how chess does reflect life and the choices that we need to make as we move through it. All right, let's see. Have it for 30,000. That looks like the high bid right now. The proxy that we had going has dropped out. So right now, have it 30,000 calling once. We will give a little bit of time to see if anything else comes in. I don't want to give you all my Jadoob stories because I've got several more items. So, all right, 30,000, calling it twice. I really am trying to be very aware that there are proxy bids out there that could be coming in to Old Soul, and I really don't want to call it immediately. Okay, all right, Old says nothing more coming in, so no one here is jumping in. I'm going to go ahead and call this for Habit for 30,000 lindens. He gets the portal gazebo, the chess box top pavilion, and the chess timer. Okay, moving on. Like I said, we have quite a few more items from Jadoob. We have a chess set. And these are actually set up in the chess box top pavilion. So Katsui will get that up behind me while I tell you a little bit about it. It's the Jadoob Fantasy Fair 2021 chess set. And we will start the bidding off for the chess set at 5,000 lindens. It contains 2 full sets of chess pieces, both normal and flying butterfly. It comes in mahogany and walnut versions. It is supplied at regular size with a chess table and player chairs, but it can be resized to Jadoob sizing at the owner's LI peril. So I don't know if anybody has been over to Jadoob since yesterday when they did the avatar chess But that is really cool what Shani was able to set up for the Avatar chess. It's quite a large chess table, and it's really cool if you have the space for it to be able to blow it up. I think it's quite a statement. But, if you don't have the LI to be able to do that, these are beautiful chess sets as they are. And you get actually you get four different combinations of chess sets here, four or possibly eight. A lot of different options because you have two wood options and you have two full sets of chess pieces. So right now we have got a high bid of 20,000 lindens to Amy. That is the high bid right now for the Jadoob chess sets. Now they are not playable. These are decorative only at this point, but they do come with the player chairs, and I'm guessing that the chairs are animated, even though the game itself is not playable. Well, actually, the game would be playable if you moved them separately. Yes. All right. So they're separate pieces. So you have a complete set, you have a board. Oh my gosh, you can play without scripts. What a novel idea. Okay. The high bid right now is 28,000 and that's to Amy. If someone has a mic on, they need to turn it off. Because even though I can't hear it, other people can if they have voice turned on. All right, high bid now to Callie. That's okay. Those things happen. Cats walk over keyboards all the time. All right, our high bid is 30,000 lindens for the chess set. I am going to go ahead and call that once. See if we have any proxy bids coming in on this. If Amy wants to go a little bit higher, right now it's 30,000 lindens for these two beautiful chess sets. Yes, waiting for those proxy bids to come in. And again, if you're not here and you're listening on Fantasy Fair Radio, you can see all the items that are up for auction by going to fantasyfairsl.wordpress.com, going to events, the events tab, and then selecting the live auction option, and that will open up a page that shows all of the items up for bid today. And the high bid now is 40,000 lindens from Rox Arton. And I believe that she is bidding remotely. So we have a few people here. We have Amy and we have Callie and Ash just jumped in, and we also have Rox. And now 50 from Jenna. We've got a 50K bid from Jenna. So yeah, the chess boards are popular. Apparently everybody has taken up chess this season. All right, we've got a high bid right now of 50,000 lindens for the Jadoob chess set. All right, 50,000 going once. I have just been asked if we have the banners. I know that we are going to have the banners that Alia does every year. I know that Alia has. They're behind us. All right. I knew they were here. I was sure they were here. Not all of them are done yet, but they will be completed and up for Relay Weekend. The fair will have a parcel, will have a presence at Relay Weekend, and we will have the banners up there again as well, so that anybody who doesn't have them yet or wants to get the rest of the collection, they'll be able to. Actually, they're hidden. You really have to cam around. You really have to cam around to find the banners. They are back. They are to the side of the art gallery. So if you point your cameras toward the art gallery and you find the King, Queen, and Chancellor bidding board, you find the posters, the arrival point posters. If you go around the corner, you will find the banners. And apparently a lot of you have found the banners, because they definitely do have numbers on the vendors. Do you see what we're at? We're at 19,999,096 lindens. We're 4 lindens away from 20 million lindens. 20 million. Surely someone's going to throw in 4 lindens and be the person who just, I'm lagged. Oh, we're already there. That's not my fault. I'm looking at vendors that have not updated. Oh, so basically you're telling me we're halfway to 21. Okay, what was the high bid? I know that we had 55,000 and Jenna did 56. Again, this is one of those things that we could go halves on if we wanted to. You know, it's all for Relay for Life, so when we're willing to share, we make twice as much for Relay for Life. So if Jenna, if you're willing to share, and Rox wants to jump in for her original bid, I'm sure that Sharni would be willing to give out 2 sets. All right. While we figure that out, while Rox and Jenna think about that, either the high bid is going to be Jenna for 56,000 lindens, calling once, at least calling once, seeing if anybody else jumps in. But while we are figuring out this one, what we're going to do is go ahead and put the next one up. And the next one is going to be, let me see, what is going to be the next lucky one? Okay, they are both willing to share. It doesn't look like we're going to have anybody else jumping in. So I'm going to call it for 55,000 lindens, 1 to Rox, and 1 to Jenna. The next one up is the Black King Chess Players Room. There are 4 different rooms on Jadoob, and they are in the Kings and Queens. If you look at them, each one of the Kings and Queens has a bottom that has a door, and you walk into a room. And so we have all 4 of those rooms up. You can pick your favorite. And the first one that we're going to do is the Black King Chess Players Room. I did not realize they were there until I was going through with the Lit Fest tour. And they are really cool. I like them all. So, and each one of them is different. So when we're done here, if you haven't seen them, definitely go over to Jujube and take a look. All right, so the Black King Chess Players Room, we're going to start at 10,000 lindens. If you look at the picture, either here or on the website, you can see what the inside details look like. It's basically a lounging area. It has great details. The insides are really amazing. And then of course the outside, I mean, such a statement piece. I love the chess pieces. The decor contents are 48 Li. The room itself is 201 Li, and the vine overlay is 66 Li. So you really can kind of mix and match. I mean, if what you really want is the decor, then you can use that. If you want to put out the Black King, you know, who wouldn't? It's just really cool. You can do that for 201, and you can do it with or without the vine overlay, since it's a separate feature. All right, we've got a bid of 10,000 lindens from Amy. That is what we're starting with, 10,000 lindens. And this is the Black King Chess Players Room. Now, I know that I saw that we have a delay, a latency delay of about a minute. So I do want to give people who are listening to this on Fantasy Fair Radio a chance to know what we are bidding on and what the bid is. All right, we are up to 18,000 lindens, and that's from Alex. Alec. Sorry. Let me see. 20,000, 22,000 lindens to Alec. And while you guys are bidding it out, I am going to decide what of the 4 rooms I want to put up next. We have 3 more to go, so, you know, lots of chances to get these rooms, but all of the rooms are different, so you have a chance to mix and match. All right, our high bid right now is 22,000 lindens for Alex. I'm going to go ahead and call that once while we wait for proxy bidders to be able to get in and make some bids as well. $22,000 lindens are where we are at. I have called it once. I don't want to call it twice too quickly. I think I need to start humming the Jeopardy tune in the background. Only I can't remember it. All right, no proxies are coming in. I'm going to call it twice for Alec at 22,000 lindens. We'll see if Amy wants to jump in. If not, I am going to go ahead and call it for 22,000 lindens for Alex. Alec. Sorry, I keep saying your name wrong. All right, that's 22,000 for the whatever we were just bidding on. The Black King, the Black King's room. All right, the next one up is the Black Queen. And the Black Queen is the Remembrance Room. And again, we're going to go ahead and start it off at 10,000 lindens. Yes, I really do think that I need some coffee. Yes, right now I am, in fact, the Black Queen. Thanks to Alia Baroque and the new Petite this year, I am black and I am a queen. All right, our high bid right now is 21,000 lindens from Ribbon, with a counter bid from Magda of 25,000 lindens. 25,000 lindens is our high bid right now for the Black Queen Remembrance Room. It is 223 Li, the room itself. It has a vine overlay of 52 Li, and the Remembrance Fire Shrine and cushions come in at 32 Li. And again, the detail on the chess pieces themselves, I love the appearance of them. And I know that there is a whole story. I should read the rest of what Sharni says about Jadub, because it's really quite interesting. We have the quote that is the inspiration for the region, and the high bid right now is 35,000 to Magda. But then from the quote, it goes on to say, some believe that Jadub may have been where giants played, or a lost civilization was built to worship the game. From its cascading fountains and chess box stores to the massive sunken chessboard in its center made of puzzle pieces, made of puzzle pieces. It is yours to see what your imagination builds. That is what Jadub is. It is your move to decide what Jadub is to you. All right, my voice is getting kind of scratchy, so please forgive me. I have drunk an awful lot of tea today. So our high bid right now is 35,000 lindens. I'm calling it once, waiting to see if there are any proxy bids coming in. Next year, I think we're going to do the live auction in parts. We're going to have one live auction on the first Sunday. We're going to have a second live auction on the second Sunday. All right, I'm calling it 35,000 twice for Magda. What's the quote? I will tell you the quote when we start the next one. All right, everybody here has had more than opportunity to bid, so I'm going to go ahead and call it Magda 35,000 lindens. Okay, up next is the White King. And the White King, it's the White King Chess Players Lounge. So again, white or black, the kings seem to like to lounge around. I don't know what that says about the kings. I think what that says is that the queens do all the work. But we're starting this at 10,000 lindens. The White King's Chess Players Lounge. We have a bid from Amy for 10,000 lindens. We have 209 Li for the room itself. The decor contents are 60 Li, and we have the vine overlays that are 53 Li. And again, all of the parts are separate, so you can mix and match to get the Li count that you feel right about. We have a high bid of 20,000 lindens right now from Riven. We are waiting to see if anything is going to come in from our proxy bids. Right now, the high bid from Lear is 22,000 lindens. Oh, so I promised I would read the quote again that was the inspiration for the region. It is a quote by Alan Rufus. Life is like a game of chess. To win, you have to make a move. Knowing which move to make comes with insight and knowledge, and by learning the lessons that are accumulated along the way, we become each and every piece within the game called life. All right, high bid is now up to 23,000 lindens. Waiting to see if any of those proxy bids are going to come in, getting the go-ahead from old when they do, and it sounds like the proxy bids are out, so I'm calling it once for 23,000. All right, calling it once for 30,000. Yes, I pout. I pout and pout and pout. All right, the high bid now is 30,000 lindens from Genza for the White King Chess Players Lounge. And I think that it is worth every single linden, every single one of those 30,000 lindens. Yes, last year I went for 5.5 hours and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it talked so long. And I was really pumped up and high last year. I mean, like I wasn't drinking or smoking or anything like that. I was just kind of pumped up on adrenaline. And this year, I just kind of feel like I'm gonna collapse into a puddle of goo on the floor. That's if I have any voice left. Yes, I really do I have to upsize next year so that we have to upsize. It's what I have to do. All right. Okay, so I'm calling it twice for 30,000 lindens from Genza. Anybody else going to jump in? I know we don't have any proxy bids, so I'm just going to go ahead and call it 30,000 lindens. Genza gets the White King Chess Players Lounge. And we are now to the last of the chess rooms, and this one is my favorite. This is the White Queen Ponder Room. And like I said, the chess room for the kings seem to be all about lounging and relaxing, and the chess rooms for the queens are all about thoughtfulness and remembering and celebrating, and they just they seem to be a lot more, I don't want to say useful, but that's kind of a word. I do want to say, though, in chess, and the starting bid should be 10K here, just like it has been for all the other ones. But I do believe that in the game of chess, the queen actually is the most powerful player on the board. The king just kind of moves around lazily one square at a time. Though, the whole game of chess, you're supposed to take the king out And what does the queen do? The queen protects the king. What is that about? So we are up to 35,000 lindens. That is the high bid right now. We are at a high of 20,633,214 lindens for a US dollar total of $82,532.86. Now, while we wait here for any proxy bidders, I do want to just I do want again just say thank you to everybody who has been here today, everybody who has been here throughout the fair, everybody who has helped put the fair on. I really am not trying to fill up time because I think the thank yous are very important. And I just want everybody to know how incredibly vital and important every one of you are. So no proxies. Our high bid is 35,000, I believe, here for Gwen. Yes? 35,000 to Gwen. And while we're waiting, while we are waiting to make sure that nobody else is going to jump in, I will tell you that this is my favorite of the rooms, and I really like it because of all the quotes that are on the wall. And I think what I'm going to have to do is go back in and read them all because I only was able to get a handful of them. But I always find that's something that I always find very inspirational about Sharni's Regions is that she does incorporate a lot of quotes into the region itself that really, if you pay attention to them, give you opportunities to really explore yourself and think about things at a deeper level. So I really like how Sharni's Regions can connect on a mental and emotional level to people. I think that is a defining characteristic of her build. All right, 35,000 going twice. I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry. My voice is going out. I've been talking for 6.5 hours. All right, I'm assuming nobody else is jumping in. So 35,000 to Gwen called. All right, last two items of the evening. Last one. Why did I think there were two? Alia, why did I think there were two? Oh, okay, all right, that explains it. All right, there's one. And this is the Rune Grandmaster building set. And it does say ×2, but Alia is lazy. So there you go. All right. Well, this includes so much that one can hardly say that Alia was lazy in putting all of this together. It includes many of the major building parts of the region. It has the wooden Great Hall and the top wooden hall. It has the light altars, the altar stave ruin rocks, Yggdrasil floor map, a floor and hanging braziers. Is that how you say that? Am I saying that right? Braziers? Yeah, okay, braziers. So, like a bra, it has hanging bras. Why? Why is there always an issue with, like, clothing and sex, and I don't understand. Maybe it's just because I get to the end of the auction and I'm a little punch drunk. I don't know. All right, we have a high bid right now of 55,000. I know that we're waiting to see if there are going to be any. Yes, I do think Alia does it on purpose. All right, Princess Selena has come in at 60,000 lindens. We are seeing if there are any proxy bids out there. I can't even say all of the things that are included in this. Lots and lots and lots of things. If you have been to Valhalla and looked at something, it is probably in this building set. No, I'm sure that's an overstatement. But there are very beautiful pieces in this, and what I really, really love are the Rune Master wooden great halls that sit on top of the build. I really like those, and I'm glad those are part of it. Let's see, the... Yes, cam it, read it, save my voice. I think that you're just tired of hearing my voice because it's getting awful scratchy. All right, so we've got a high bid now, 75,000 lindens. And we've got Larkin in for 100,000 lindens. I think all of you are troopers. You're all troopers to have stuck with me through this whole thing. All right, so this is the final push. We're almost done. We all can go collapse and be very, very, very proud of ourselves for the amazing amount of money that we have raised this year for Relay for Life and the American Cancer Society. Right now, we have raised for this auction alone 1,783,000 lindens. We have a total of, I have no idea what, because I'm sure this hasn't updated. We have a total right now of 20,703,235 lindens. So we are very close to hitting 2 million lindens again for this live auction. That's what we did last year, and we are going to do just as well this year. Yes, Fairelanders rock. Fairelanders rock 100%, 110%. We have the map. Alia has resed the Yggdrasil map so that everybody can see this. You can, in fact, put it around any large tree. And you have Insta Yggdrasil. It's kind of like one of those little pills that you used to be able to put in water, and all of a sudden you'd have like a sponge dinosaur or something that would be 5 times, well, no, five, more like 50 times the size of the pill that you put in the water. Yes, just like the sea monkeys. All right, let's see. What is that high bid now? It is 105,000 lindens. That is the high bid from Alec right now, 105,000 lindens. And I am waiting to get the all clear from Old, though I do think that Larkin is a proxy bidder. So we will want to wait and make sure that that comes through. All right, Larkin is in for 125,000 lindens. I tell you what. If we We are pushing against the door of 21 million lindens. I can't even believe that. We were 100, what were we last year? We were around 18.5 last year, something like that. It's what we made for the entire fair season. And this year, before the fair even ends, we're going to be at almost 21 million. And it has not actually ended yet. Today was going to be the last day, but Patch Linden gave us 3 extra days. We are going to stay open for shopping, exploring, questing, gotcha buying. We have so many gotchas. Make sure that you check them out. We have the World Builders gotcha. We have the Chicken gotcha. We have last year's Fantasy Fair Radio Gestures gotcha, which is amazing. If you haven't played that yet, you need to. We have the bouquets from Terran. We have the hatchlings from Adrakunis. Endless things. Yes, you have to do the Scrimshaw quest. So many things to do. All right, we've got 125. That's the high bid. Actually, we've got 130. 130 for Alec. All right, I have to tell you, I'm looking at this thing, and I know right now if we'll battle it out, but I can tell you right now that if you are both willing to do it for 125,000 lindens, if you're willing to share, we will go over 2 million raised at this, and we will be what, 50,000 lindens away from 21 million. So I am happy to have you guys keep bidding. But if you guys are willing to share at 125, I just told Alia that he would do 2 of these. I guess I should have asked him first. All right, it looks like we have 2 winners. We have 2 winners, Alec and Larkin, each one of them in for 125,000 lindens. That puts our total for the auction over 2 million, just over 2 million, and it puts us, yes, within 50,000 lindens of 21 million lindens raised for the fair so far. So we are pretty close. We have a party and we will break that tonight. Though actually, you know what? You guys have done such an amazing job. I am not going to ask anything more of you. I just want you to shop. I want you to quest. I want you to enjoy yourself. And I want you to do that knowing that you have raised over 21 million lindens. You are now at 21,393,923 lindens. So, thank you for hanging in there. Thank you for being here with me through all of this. And now what I want you to do is go out, explore, quest, shop, and have a wonderful evening, morning, afternoon. You are all so wonderful to be here and be a part of the Fairelands. while we are up and going. And I am not crying. My voice is scratchy, but I know that people are very sad to see the Fairlands go. However, the Fairlands are simply places. The Fairlands are what are created by Fairlanders, and they do stay alive all year long. All right, guys, go out, have fun. I am going to turn off for tonight, and I will see you around the Fairlands.
Thank you. Thank you.